Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make it. Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice.
Store.
This is 1490 KOVC AM Valley City and 96.3 K242CZ Valley City.
The voice of the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen and Viking fans all over the area, welcome to another edition of Viking Football today here on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. We are at a cold, foggy Lock-in Stadium and Dakota Bank Field today. This is not the weather condition that perhaps we were preparing for. We did know that wind was going to be coming in, and right now we have a very, very gusty south breeze. But what we didn't expect was the cooler conditions today, and we'll see how that plays a role in the matchup this afternoon as the Vikings will play host to Dickinson State University. It'll be the second time around for these two teams after the Vikings played out in Dickinson to start the year and dropped the matchup by a score of 30-15. Ryan Cunningham with you here today from Lock-in Stadium and Dakota Bank Field, and as you could tell, for those of you that are tuning in, I am a little bit under the weather at this point, but we're going to gut this one out for you today and then get over and take care of some Viking volleyball coming up later on today when the Vikings take on Rocky Mountain. A tough one last night. My thank you to Jerry Edwards for standing in for Viking volleyball last night as the Vikings were beaten by their latest opponent, Carroll College, 3-2 last night, rallying from a deficit in the fourth and having an opportunity to win that game, or that match rather, in the fifth. Today, the Vikings come home after a very humbling defeat last week at the hands of Dakota State University. They were beaten by a final score of 40-7, down 33-0 at one point in that matchup, and it was a day when absolutely nothing went right for the Vikings. Joey Cave was not available to play, and Ethan Kastner gets the start last week, and a freshman that has had some very good minutes. In fact, played the second half against Eastern Oregon, a game that the Vikings won by a score of 3-0, but sacked 6 times in that matchup, and that's become part of a concerning moment here for the Vikings down the stretch, has been their inability to protect the passer. And if you cannot protect the passer, well, days can get a little long for you. So the offensive line is looking for a bit of a jump here today against the Dickinson State team that likes to make it difficult on you defensively. But the Blue Hawks are in about the same spot right now. They do not have their anticipated starting quarterback due to an injury. He's been away. And so the Blue Hawks have tried to get it done in a little bit different fashion, and they've had some really, really tough times as of late. They did come back with, I believe, a win last week. We'll go ahead and take a look at the standings that we have for you coming into today, and we'll double back to this coming up a little bit later on as well. But actually, last week, Dickinson State was beaten by Rocky Mountain in that matchup. So we'll get that centered for you here. Apologies, folks. We don't have that quite on the screen exactly the way that we want to at this point. There, it looks like we do. Rocky Mountain beat Dickinson State last week 28-21, and we were beaten by Rocky Mountain 31-21. And so when you look at comparative scores, you might think that the Vikings and the Blue Hawks are kind of same spot right now, but that Dakota State victory over Valley City State by a score of 40-7, that's definitely telling. That's a situation that Coach McCullik will refer to in the pregame report as we get into that conversation today as not something that you would have expected over the course of the early parts of the days when the Vikings are playing Dakota State. But that Trojan football team, they've been steadily improving. They're becoming a difficult out at home, to say the least, and they got to win. So both of these teams looking for kind of a bounce-back week this week, and only one of them will be able to bounce back here at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. And as you can see, Montana Tech separating themselves from the rest of the pack, although Rocky Mountain, who started off the season with a 0-4 record, is now 2-4 after picking up a couple of conference victories. For those of you on the video side, you had a chance to see those statistics and those standings, and we'll bring that back to you coming up later on in our pregame report. For those of you on the radio side of things, we'll run down the complete standings in the division of the Frontier Conference coming up a bit later on in our pregame show. But we bring you to a field that obviously is going to have a breeze, going to have a chill in the air, and a couple of teams that are pretty anxious to show that they're better than what they did last week, and maybe for Dickinson State better than what they've been the last few weeks, where they've been topped by Mayville State at home, Dakota State at home, and of course last week being beaten by Rocky Mountain as well. This is the final road trip of the year for the Blue Hawks, whereas the Vikings are at home for the last time this season. They will finish up their season after a bye week in Montana on a pair of occasions with Montana State Northern and Montana Tech to wrap things up for the year. And so this is the final chance to see the Vikings at home today. Our pregame report is brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. They bring you our pregame show today. Let's go to the Dennis McCullik Show as part of our pregame report that we have for you today. In part one of the Dennis McCullik Show, we began by referring to the game last week about how things did get a little bit out of control for the Vikings, and we asked Coach Mack a little bit about the X's and O's of why things turned out the way they were. And you know what he'll tell you is that when you can't stop the run, and that's something that the Vikings were concerned about, their ability to go vertical and at the same time run the football, the defense just didn't have much of a chance to catch up last week against a good Dakota State team in multi-phases. And with that particular situation, that took the Vikings out of what it is they wanted to do early. Part one of the Dennis McCullik Show with Dennis McCullik, the head coach of the Vikings this week. Coach, am I wrong in saying that it seems like a very long time ago that we played the Blue Hawks for the first time this season? There's been so much that's gone on since then that it just seems like almost a season ago that we played them, and we're still in the same football season as we were back in week one. It's weird, isn't it?
It does. It does. Last week, August. It's been a while. It's been a grind since the last time we played them. I know that. So it is. It's kind of like your whole, how you start the season, how you see yourself, and where we're both at right now, and how that feels. It's totally different from that first game.
Absolutely. Well, we'll find out more about how the grind has gone as we talk with you today, but let's go back to last week, and obviously not a great one going down to Dakota State. It seemed like really some problems up front protecting the quarterback, led to some turnovers, led to some negative plays. Dakota State just seemed to take advantage of all of that, and when you look at the final scoreboard, it kind of seems like a snowball that got in there, just one thing after another. Coach, maybe you can elaborate a bit more, but that's what it looks like on the box score.
Yeah, I think first of all they're a very good football team. We're very impressed with their team and how well they played, and their quarterback is he's special and did a really good job. And run game, I mean, I think coming into the game we felt like we'd match up okay up front and do some good things. And, they were able to run the ball. And some of the things that we're doing is we respected his ability to throw the ball, good wide receivers, give some extra help maybe on the back end and not add guys to the box as much as we would normally do. And they were able to run the football and get it established. And then when you did add guys to the box, they're able to take advantage of things, throwing the football. So they did a nice job. I thought defensively, their two outside their defensive ends played really well, and they've been a handful. Everybody we watched against it, to do that, and then get some pressure and you're going to get some of that. They're going to make good plays. Our frustrations a little bit is when you do get it protected, and now we have a chance to make a play, and we don't. We had some stuff in the run game that we feel like, okay, make that block, one little deal, and it feels differently. And we've for whatever reason, right, we continue to have things where we just didn't finish the thing the way we needed to. And then when our opportunities were there and you have time, we weren't as accurate as we wanted to be and getting the ball in the hands of our playmakers, or sometimes they dropped the ball when it was there. So, it did. It kind of snowballed. I tell you, like, if we were all like, if it goes to half 12-0, I think the games feel differently. But when you look at the if you look at the last two possessions of the first half and the first two possessions of the second half, that was really the synopsis of the game. I mean, we moved the football down in a place to score it where we could have went in even 12-3, putting some points on the board, some positivity to get out of the first half, and it's still a manageable game and feels good. And we get down inside, we're probably on the inside the 30, and we have a couple of plays that we could have made, and we don't make them and turn the ball over, and the wind was going into us, and it would have been hard to kick the ball from that spot and didn't feel comfortable with that piece. So we turned the ball over with a minute 40, and they took it down the field like we weren't on the field defensively. And that's not it's not a normal thing for us and not a good feeling for us. But when I look at a lot of the plays the things that they did a really good job. They protected, they threw some balls in tight windows. He threw a ball from his left hash to the right out at about, 10 yards. And that's a hard throw to the wide side of the football field against our best corner. Fastest kid. I wouldn't have thrown that ball in a million years. I wouldn't have thought anybody throws that ball. He rifles it out there and great play. And then, same thing on the post. We missed, we didn't play the post as well as we could have and how you should have played it. But they did, again, you hand it to them, they did a really good job. And then, hey, we go back in, we got to respond. That was a tough series, right? They got to go up 3 scores on you at half. You got to get the energy going. We got to get back in the second half and have something positive happen. And the first positive things we have happen is a strip sack. And then they take it in. And it's just, it's really challenging at that point, because there's just a lot of things that go on to try to reestablish yourself and get yourself going and feel confident in things that you've been doing. So it got out of hand, and not the expectation that I had for our team and our team's disappointment in it. And I know it looks bad, 47, but we gave we're late in the game, probably shouldn't throw the ball, and he throws a pick, and they end up scoring it. So it doesn't define the quality of the team. It's a disappointing, because we didn't see it, didn't see that outcome and how that piece would have felt. So now it's to shake that off and move on. And that'll be a test this week for us.
Part one of our conversation with Dennis McCullik today in the Dennis McCullik Show. And again, trying to shake that one off, that'll be a difficult part for the Vikings, because shaking off a 40-7 loss on the road at Dakota State, a team that you feel like you're going to be competitive with, that's going to be a tall ask for this Viking football team today. And yet they have it in them. And a win over Dickinson State can cure a lot of ills. Dickinson State won how many conference championships to wrap up the North Star era of what we play in, and they come in a little bit wounded today. And so the idea that the Vikings could get a win over a longtime rival and one of those teams that they played against with big things on the line as far as the conference is concerned in the North Star era. Some of that still hangs over, and so the Vikings are definitely looking for their opportunity to get that done today. That's part one of the Dennis McCullik show that we have for you today. When we come back in our pregame report, we'll give you a complete look at those conference standings. We'll also, still to come in the pregame show, talk about the Vikings to watch today, including some Vikings that had a couple off days last week and one that has jumped up as the leader now of the Viking wide receivers. We'll get to that as we take a look at our Vikings to watch coming up today. And starting lineups in football, the kickoff for this one scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon, a day that promises to be overcast, windy, and perhaps a little bit cooler than we expected today. It could be an interesting matchup, to say the absolute least. Stay with us as we continue our coverage of Viking football today. It's Valley City State and Dickinson State here at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. On the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, and of course online at newsdakota.com. We're back with more in a moment.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make it.
During the fall sale at Lever's, prices are falling fast on Brew Pub Pizza, $5.99. Kraft shredded or chunk cheese, $1.89 with coupon and flyer. Cheez-It, Townhouse, or toasted crackers, $4.49 with coupon and flyer. Fresh Express chopped salad kits, just $3.49 each, and boneless beef chuck roast, only $8.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
We welcome you back to our coverage of Viking football today from Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field here in Valley City, where the Vikings get set to go up against Dickinson State University. It'll be the Blue Hawks and the Vikings coming up this afternoon, renewing a rivalry that began, well, a very long time ago, a rivalry that spanned through the Dakota Athletic Conference and, of course, the North Star Athletic Association, and actually continued already once this year when the Vikings played the first game of the season at Dakota State. They were beaten by the Blue Hawks by a score of 30-15 on a Thursday night back in August. Here we are now in October, and as we mentioned with Coach McCullik in part one of the Dennis McCullik show today, it seems like a season ago that these two teams played, and yet we're still back in the good old-fashioned 2025 season of conference play. We welcome you to our pregame report today, brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. Let's run down the complete standings that we have coming into today in the Eastern Division of our Frontier Conference. And for those of you on the video side, you can see this. On the radio side, if you're looking to take in video coverage of this today, you can find it at the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and online at newsdakota.com. So take it in however you'd like to today. We'll obviously have the radio broadcast for you here as well, the old Steady Eddie that we've had here for years and decades covering Valley City State. As we come into today, the team that has separated themselves, and you're going to hear more about this from Dennis McCullik coming up in part two of our pregame show with him. Montana Tech at 7-0, ranked fourth in the nation now ever since they got the win over Montana Western to start the year, which was a non-division game. Montana Western plays in the Western Division of the Frontier Conference, but Montana Tech's been all over it since they got that victory, but the team that stands out right now is Rocky Mountain College. And we heard from Coach McCullik that Rocky Mountain and the Battling Bears had played a very difficult non-conference schedule. They're 2-0 right now as well, and those are the only two teams. Well, I shouldn't say that. Mayville State's also undefeated as far as the conference is concerned, although that may be an error on my part, and I'm going to look into that. They're obviously 2-1. The Vikings just beat them. My apologies. So those of you looking at the graphic on the screen, we have an error on the screen there. Mayville State's 2-1 is all. So that gets us back. Montana Tech, Rocky Mountain College, they are the two undefeated teams that we have right now in the Frontier Conference, but they're in two very different places. Montana Tech 7-0, ranked 4th in the nation. Rocky Mountain College took their shots at a couple of teams good early, and now they've won a couple of games inside the division. Dakota State, after their win last week, here's what's notable for those of you that are looking on the video side of things. You can see they're now receiving votes in the nationwide poll. A 40-7 win at home over Valley City State. They go to Dickinson State and win on the road. All of a sudden, they've jumped into the national conversation. They're 2-1 inside the conference, or in the division, I should say. Mayville State's 2-1 as well. The Vikings fall to 1-2 after their loss at Dakota State. Dickinson State has yet to win a division game, and Northern State currently at 0-2 inside the division at this point, and certainly 1-6 and on the back end of the conference standings. So it's a bit of a kind of a deception a little bit when you take a look at those conference standings. Rocky Mountain's 2-0, but 2-4. There's some pretty good teams right there in the middle of the conference at this point at 5-2, 5-3, 4-3, and Dickinson State, you know, is a good football team. And you'll hear that from Coach Mack coming up in a moment. They're definitely a good football team, but for whatever reason, due to some bad luck and some tough breaks that they've had, right now they're sitting at 0-3 as far as the division is concerned and trying to make their way out of this little funk that they may be in. So they come here today trying to right that ship today as they take on Valley City State, but definitely a team not to be taken lightly. The Vikings had their tangle with them earlier this year, and now we'll see what happens in the second time around as we get ready to go for this one today. Let's take a look at our Vikings to watch that we have for today, and one of the things that is notable as we take a look at our Vikings to watch here today, when we start taking a look at the leaders on the team, those of you on the video side, take a look at the right-hand side of your screen. There's your leading wide receiver, Xavier Westbrook. He currently leads the Viking wide receivers, 24 catches for 277 yards on the season. That says a couple of things. Number one, teams are definitely trying to cover up against Dom Sotomayor and against Jake Deutsch, the expected leaders on these teams throughout the course. And so that obviously puts a place where Xavier Westbrook is now trying to find a way to get himself open, and is doing just that. But last week, Joey Cave on the left-hand side of your screen, he did not play against Dakota State. He will play today. He is in the starting lineup today for the Vikings. And Divine Pearson limited to just 6 carries last week against Dakota State. That would tell us that maybe there was an injury issue or two there. He's been suffering with that throughout the course of the year. We'll be watching Divine Pearson's touches today to see if that bounces back for him. But those are the 3 Vikings to kind of keep an eye on today. Xavier Westbrook getting some big things done for the Vikings as of late, and Joey Cave and Divine Pearson trying to have some bounce-back games of their own. Let's look at our Vikings to watch. We'll take a break. When we come back, it's part 2 of the Dennis McCullik Show. We'll talk more with Coach Mack about what he expects out of this game today, the ins and outs of playing a team a second time around. All of that as we continue here today with our Viking pregame report brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. Viking football continues next on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and NewsDakota.com.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
we aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Now back to Viking football on the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Welcome back to Lockton Stadium, Dakota Bank Field today as we get set for the Vikings and Dickinson State to renew their rivalry in college football today. A matchup earlier in the season for Valley City State at Dickinson State that went the way of the Blue Hawks by a score of 30-15. Since then, wins have been tough to come up with for the Blue Hawks. They come into the matchup today with a record of 2-5, and Valley City State comes into the matchup with a record of 4-3. And teams with similar spots in the conference, currently 1-2 for the Vikings and 0-3 for Dickinson State. We continue our pregame report today, brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. It's part 2 of the Dennis McCullik show that we have as part of our pregame report for today. Part 2 of the conversation, we start talking about Dickinson State, what that looks like. Joey Cave being back in the lineup today for the Vikings and what that will look like, as well as they begin to acknowledge some of the Vikings that are here today in leadership roles out on the field. So we'll be acknowledging that here. Let's go to part 2 of the Dennis McCullik show this week, and we start with Coach Mack, beginning to kind of talk about the lineup that the Vikings have put on the field as of late and perhaps what to expect from Dickinson State today.
Yeah, I think the first thing we go is Ethan's first game really starting as a, in the college level. And he's got a chance to get into games and play some, but it's not being the starter and really didn't find out he was the starter until midweek of last week. And, and so I know, he's a confident young man and a lot of things, but you get in that first game and now and it also, the wind had picked up. We go out and practice early and kind of get out and feels good. And then you get out and the wind is really starting to gust more than it was. And it's different. You better throw a tight spiral and to have accuracy. And I don't care which way you're throwing the ball when the wind's blowing, it was kind of a crosswind, but what I've seen in the past is that if you don't throw a really tight, hard spiral with the wind or against the wind, it can affect your accuracy. And I think some of that early on, and it probably affected Ethan a little bit, a part of that anxiety of playing your first game, being that guy, wanting to do well, he has high expectations of himself. And I think all those things are, hard to weigh all those things out. And we really want, Ryan, to be honest with you, I think it comes down to more, we got to be able to run the ball in that situation. We got to help take some pressure off, and we couldn't get it going. Like we just, some of the pieces, like I said, it's not one thing. I can have 10 guys doing it really well and one guy missing it. And, it creates those frustrations. I mean, we have one play where it's just inside zone. It's an easy play, right? And we're blocking it really well. And one of our guys up front misses the snap count. It doesn't move, and their defensive end comes in and hits them on the backside, and we fumble the ball, right, as a running back. And we're going to tell every time you hold on the ball better, but it was it's one of those things you just don't see and normally get. And it's a, like I said, it's an effect that sometimes that creates on itself, and then you don't have confidence in what we can do, right? Instead of coming back to it and continue trying to get our yards and do the things that we need to do. And anyway, I think a lot of that stuff is built into it. And we did, he had some opportunities to run the ball, but I know Coach York is offensively, we have good run game for our quarterback stuff, and you're dependent on it, but you also know we don't have a lot of depth behind Ethan. So you're trying to protect that also. And so you probably took a little bit of that out of the game and trying to run the quarterback and do some of those things. And again, that to us to be successful, we had to run the ball better that day than we did. And then you're right, you got to be able to protect. But then when you start to get down and they know you're going to throw the ball, it's pretty easy for them to pin their ears back and let's blitz and let's get after them. And so they got, they did a good job. And like I said, I don't take anything away from them. My disappointment is like they've improved and I'm impressed with them. We got to do the same thing. And we've been pretty dominant over Dakota State in my years here. Last 2 years now they've gotten us, and that's kind of unexpected for me. And that's good, saying good things for them. Josh Anderson's doing a good job of kind of changing their culture and the things that they're doing. So I'm impressed with that piece, and we got to do the same thing.
Let's talk about game 1 versus game 2 with Dickinson State University. So today's second time around. If we go back to game 1, if I were to break that one down, Coach, I would say that you did the things you wanted to do well at parts of the game. They did some of the things that they wanted to do well at parts of the game. It grounded to a stalemate of sorts, and then Samaj Clark kind of broke the game open for them with a big play down the field. And that really was the difference, was just them being able to stretch the field a little bit. I think you've caught up in that regard since then. But will this game be like the last game was, or do you think you're so different now in them as well that you have to expect almost the unexpected today?
That's a great question. That they're, I think, part of the things when you look at him, they're a good team. They have some very good players and have done a good job. They lost their quarterback for a couple games. I know that was in their Mayville loss. They didn't have their starter in. How that affects the outcome, probably a little bit. But when he's playing, I think he's a really good, got a strong arm, pocket passer, did a good job against us in the first game, and present some challenges. I think it's going to be a pretty similar deal. Like I really do. I think that we're both, I see a competitive game. I've said this, before, is like when you start to look at the East Division piece, there's probably most of us are pretty close, like from Rocky on down to Dickinson, Dakota State, Mayville, Valley City. We're pretty competitive teams, and I think we'll be competitive on the football field. Montana Tech has set themselves apart from everybody else, and so I expect in all of our games that they're going to be competitive. Within that's kind of my expectations for this game is. I think it'll be a tough 4-quarter battle, and Dickinson's got a lot of really good players that are going to challenge us, and we got to play well to beat them. So.
And then today you do have Joey Cave with the opportunity to step back into the game for you. And I don't know if there's a comparison yet to be made there because, like you said, you got to block some things up right, got to be able to establish the run. And I'm sure you talked about it a lot in the first part of this, but if Divine Pearson and company aren't getting it done for you with that running game, it makes it really hard to beat anybody, no matter who you have as the quarterback. So I'm sure that's first and foremost on your mind, more so than who's taking the snaps today, Coach.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And we have to have a physical presence to be able to run the football, like in where we play, and in things that you want to do, you have to be able to establish a run game and because you never know what the weather's going to bring and all the other aspects that go into that. And so, and I know that's on the mind of our, Coach York and our offensive staff and doing everything they can. And we have talented guys, and hopefully we'll be fully healthy, up front and can do those things to create some seams and opportunities to get the run game established a little bit. And that's going to help. I think when you look at Joey, and I've kind of said this before, is like, he's in that realm of like, sometimes when plays aren't working, he can create something for himself. That's the piece where he brings a little bit difference, and maybe Ethan can. And, he's dynamic in that sense and can create a play out of nothing. And he's done that several times for us and got us out of some trouble. And can't depend on that all the time, and it can't be how you play every down. But there's some positive pieces with that. When things aren't perfect, and that you can create something on your own. And what he's got to do, and we need him to do, is to don't take hits. Don't take the big shots. And I can say that here, but I know that's not really how his nature DNA is built right now. He loves the contact piece, and you kind of embrace it a little bit. But man, it's we need him to be healthy. We're not very good if he's not on the field for us. So that's the biggest piece for us right now, and hopefully he can do that, and we can get, like I said, get some of the run game established and help what we're going to do with throwing the ball.
Those comments from Dennis McCullik. That's the Dennis McCullik Show for this week, and we'll get to our starting lineups coming up here in just a couple of moments, but we're ready to kick the football game off today. We welcome you back to Viking Football. Our pregame report brought to you today by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. Dickinson State will kick the football away. The Vikings will move from our right to left for those of you on the radio side of things today. In their cardinal with cream, Dickinson State's in white with silver and navy blue, and that very tough south breeze going to blow the ball all around as it's already blown it off the tee today for Quinn Kelpin, who will be doing the kicking today for Dickinson State. And I understand this is his first opportunity to place kick this season for the Blue Hawks. Just appeared on the 2D this week, but he'll kick it away, and this game is underway here this afternoon. And Divine Pearson coming up for the kickoff return, lets it hop at the 15, sets up near side return, and is bumped out of bounds at around the 23-yard line by Jackson Wicker, who is downfield. Trey Gary, who is downfield on special teams, comes up with a stop. And the Vikings will have the football to get things started today at around their own 23. We'll take a look at the starting lineup as the Viking offense comes onto the field for the first time, but welcome back to Viking football today. Game number 2 of the Vikings and Dickinson State this season. Joey Cave will take a snap out of the gun with Divine Pearson to his left and 3 options to throw to on the right side of the field on first down and 10. From the 23-yard line. Pearson getting the football, trying left, not much there. He's swallowed up and dropped right at the point of attack by Dylan Dahlgren. For the Vikings today, the center's Taylor Jones, the guards are Zach Fall and Tommy Cox. The tackles are Landon Johansson and Antiport and Sultan Sakurat. The wide receivers, Jake Deutsch, Dominic Sotomayor, and Xavier Westbrook. The tight end is Trent Finney. Divine Pearson is the running back. Joey Cave gets the start at quarterback today for the Vikings. And it is second down and 10. The Vikings with no gain on the first carry for Divine Pearson. An odd front, 50 across for Dickinson State. Nick Mears is in motion from left to right for the Vikings. A look that way by Joey Cave, rolling, throwing into the flat. Jake Deutsch has the catch. Reaches out along the far sideline around the 28. He'll make it to the 29-yard line before he's chased out of bounds on the far side of the field. The Blue Hawks stepping in with Rustin Mendenwald, a defensive back that comes in out of Mandan, North Dakota, comes up with a stop. And it'll be third down and 4 for the Vikings at their own 29-yard line, just underway in the matchup. And now on third down and 4, Valley City State ready to go with the shotgun snap to Joey Cave coming up. Divine Pearson off to his right, 3 receivers with twins to the left. Dickinson State showing a blitz, and Trent Finney will motion from left to right. Quick throw by Cave, right side, Pearson in space on the flat, spun out of one tackler, but will be brought down short of the yards to gain. He'll make his way to the 31, gain of a couple of yards on a catch, but is chased down short of what's necessary for a first down. Dominic Cantor comes up with a stop for the Blue Hawks, and the Viking punt unit is going to come onto the field. So a 3 and out for Valley City State offensively to get this one started today. And the Blue Hawks will take over with fairly good field position. They will send back Cole Gunlock as the punt returner. And he'll stand back. Cale Gunlock as the punt returner. Back at his own 30, Jim Miller will kick the football for the Vikings, waiting for a snap at his own 16. Miller's got it cleanly. The kick is away. It's a line drive, wobbly kick. On a hop, Gunlock will take it to 22. Far side return across the 25 and down to around the 28-yard line before he's knocked down. Vikings with a couple of men down the field on special teams for that play, led by Brett Bierman, a freshman out of Webster, South Dakota. And he had some help from Owen Quayle, who was in on special teams as well for the Vikings. And we'll see the Dickinson State University offense for the first time at their own 27 for today. No score with 12:50 to play in the opening quarter. Marcus Sanders is the quarterback for the Blue Hawks. We'll run through their starting lineup coming up for you here in a couple of moments. He's under center with an ace back. Tosses towards the left side, an attack on that left side by Jackson Simonson. He's swallowed up for no gain. Vikings get to him early and quickly, and the charge led by Savili Hypo Castillo-Laval. It'll be second down along 9. Blue Hawks center Carson Lunak. The guards are Adam Simons and John Wetmore, and the tackles Landon Thompson and Trey Swanson. Wide receivers Adrian Calderon, Samaj Clark, Cale Gunlock, Gage Gilbert, the tight end, Jackson Simonson, the running back, Marcus Sanders out of the gun on second down and 9. The Vikings come with some pressure. Sanders hit as he throws, but it's scooped on the far side of the field. Caught by Gage Gilbert, and the tight end lowers the head as he gets to the 35, makes his way to the 39. That's a first down for the Blue Hawks and a gain of 11 yards for Gage Gilbert. The Vikings defensively, 4 technique across the front. The interior, Tequez Chapman, Savili Hypo Castillo-Laval. The ends are Dorian Sandus and Mosiah Rogers-Taval. The linebackers are Malachi Torres, Ashton Ricchino, and Aiden Russell. The corners, Khalil Toney and James Don. And the safeties are Gavin Gerhardt and Caleb Torque. First and 10, Blue Hawks, their own 39. Simonson out of the backfield, empty now. A turn by Sanders. He'll throw over the middle, pass incomplete. Attempted to the near side of the field. Man stepping in as the receiver for Dickinson State was Kyle Meineke, senior out of Sheridan, Wyoming, ends up putting the ball in front of him on the ground, and that'll bring up second down and 10. Clock will halt with 11:39 to play in the opening quarter, and again, the conditions are probably a little bit tough to throw through, but it will be a crosswind today. If you make the adjustment, you can move up and down the field with your whole playbook at this point. But at the same time, it's not going to be an easy day throwing the football. Sanders out of the shotgun, 2 receivers to each side of the field on second down, and the ball came out, and then it's slapped loose. It's picked up on the ground by one of the offensive linemen, I believe Carson Lunak. Now a flag comes in. Adam Simons is the man that recovers it, and I think the Vikings are going to be hit for a personal foul, late hit, or unnecessary roughness. That's going to be a tough play because the ball was slapped loose. The Vikings come up with kind of a strip sack. They're going to call a late hit. And the Viking crowd isn't going to like that at all. Carbon Brink was the man that threw the late hit on. The ball was on the ground. They're ruling that the fumble had been recovered, and Carbon Brink kind of came in with a shot on the offensive lineman that recovered it, Adam Simons, after Simons had covered up the football. Dennis McCullik pacing along the near sideline, not happy with the call, but also not much of a protest. But Dickinson State gets a first down for free, and the Blue Hawks will have it at their own 49. It's first down and 10 for Dickinson State, the 49-yard line. Twin receivers each side. Marcus Sanders waiting for the snap. He'll give to Simonson looking up the middle. He gets low, jumps away from a defender, and works himself out to the Viking 47, maybe the 46, for a gain of 5. Aiden Russell was after him in the backfield. It'll be a 4-yard pickup for Jackson Simonson. Simonson on the season, 76 carries for 241 yards. Marcus Sanders on the season, 1,376 yards throwing the football. And right now, the man that you're watching when he comes into the matchup is Samaj Clark. He's the type of football player for Dickinson State that will keep you awake at night. Second down and 6. A drop back by Sanders. Hit again as he throws the ball, but Gage Gilbert, the tight end, makes the catch. The Viking 40 steps up to the 36-yard line. Another pickup of 11 yards for the Blue Hawks. And it's first down and 10 for Dickinson State. Samaj Clark with 42 catches this season, 539 yards, 6 touchdowns. He is a big play kind of guy. And right now, Samaj Clark making it work pretty well in the matchup here as it's first down and 10 for Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks have the football at the Viking 36-yard line. Marcus Sanders will get under the center, call out a play, steps back into the backfield. He's got Simonson to his left, gives the ball to Simonson. Looking to get low off left tackle, dives his way down to the 30 for a gain of 6. Vikings struggling to get untangled on the end of that play. Another play by Aiden Russell. He's been very active this season. 37 tackles for Aiden Russell, a linebacker core that's been deep for the Vikings, but's also been injured. And hopefully today the Vikings will have good numbers in that spot available because they will need it against the Dickinson State team that apparently would like to establish a pretty solid running game at this point. Second down and 4 for the Blue Hawks at the 30-yard line of Valley City State. Opening drive from the Viking 30 now for Dickinson State. They started at their own 28-yard line. Simonson again hit right at the line of scrimmage, struggles forward for maybe a yard. Quez Chapman got on top of the running back Jackson Simonson and drags him down from behind. Gives Simonson a pair of yards, and here comes a third down for Dickinson State from the Viking 28. 9 minutes to play in the opening quarter of football. Blue Hawk opening drive after a Viking 3-and-out. And now the Viking defense with an opportunity to get a stop here or at least make them think about it deep inside Viking territory and whistles. And we'll see if Dickinson State jumped this time, and they did. The Blue Hawks jump offside. And so the 3rd down and 2 will become 3rd down and 7. So we'll back the ball up 5 yards to the 33. And now you're in a situation where, believe it or not, that actually probably puts Dickinson State in 4-down territory. If you don't pick up another yard from here, it's a 50-yard field goal try on 3rd down and 7. So the field goal may be out of the realm of possibility, meaning that Dickinson State's likely looking at this as 2 plays to pick up the first down. So 3rd down and 7. 4 receivers, 2 options each side of the field. Simonson with Sanders in the backfield. Play action, they'll throw to the tight end, Gilbert, and it's incomplete. Was thrown behind him. James Don had stepped in to try to make the coverage work and then flailed the arms at a batted football after Gilbert couldn't reel it in, but it ends up behind them both. And now 4th down. I would anticipate that Dickinson State's offense is going to stay on the field here from the Viking 33. A look to the sideline by the elements of that offense. They're not huddling. They've got the call they're looking for, and so on 4th down, here they come. Samaj Clark is by himself. That might be the target here, taking a shot at the end zone. They'll empty the backfield. Simonson in motion out to the right. A look to the near side by Sanders. They throw to Gilbert. Gilbert hit as he got to the 30, reaches forward. They won't get there. Good open field tackle by Khalil Toney. He comes up with a stop as a reach by Gilbert will get the Blue Hawks 4. They needed 7, and the Viking defense steps up and comes up with an answer. So the Vikings will get off the field defensively. Likely going to bring us to our media timeout, I believe, with 8:11 to play in the opening quarter, and that will do so. Media stoppage here at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. Your score on our LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard with 8:11 left of the first. The Vikings nothing and the Blue Hawks nothing. We're back with more in a moment. This is Viking football on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing. Providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking football today on the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC. Ryan Cunningham with you here today from Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. Media stoppage with the clock down to 8:11 to play here in the opening quarter. We have Viking volleyball coming up later on today as well. So when we finish up here, for those of you on the video side, we're going to scamper our way over to Gratian Gymnasium, where the Vikings will take on Rocky Mountain this afternoon in volleyball. Look for that. It'll be a pretty tight start. I'm guessing that we'll probably be looking at about a 6:50, rather 5:50 pregame report, rather brief pregame show as we come out of this one to get ready for that one on the old doubleheader type of day today. 1st down and 10 for the Vikings. And the Vikings with the football at the 29 after they turn over Dickinson State on downs. Xavier Westbrook motions from left to right. This play got started in stages. Flags come out. The Vikings are pointing across the line, saying that Dickinson State stepped off first. And Dickinson State, at least one hand is pointed against the Vikings, but Joey Cave is indicating to the sideline that this will be encroachment against Dickinson State, and it will be. So an encroachment penalty against Dickinson State will make it 1st down and 5. And the Vikings will pick up a little bit of yardage for free. So 1st down and 5 for the Vikings from their own 33-yard line. Cave waiting for a snap with Divine Pearson to his right. Cave looking, rolling out to the right side away from some pressure. Thinking about tucking and running. He's got a first down and steps out of bounds on the Blue Hawk sideline at around the 42-yard line. He'll be out officially at the 41. That'll be a pickup of 5 yards for Joey Cave, rather 6, and a first down for the Vikings. That's an aspect of the game that Coach McCullik talked about in the pregame report today, where he said that's something that Joey Cave gives you, the ability to make something happen with his feet when a play breaks down. One of the reasons why he comes in as the leading rusher for the Vikings here this season. First down and 10 for the Vikings from the Dickinson State 41, rather their own, I apologize, from the 41-yard line of Valley City State. Cave will back Pearson up into the pistol. 4 receivers each side. It's Pearson. Stretch play to the right, turns it up off tackle, tries to jump outside the numbers and made the 45 before he's wrestled down on the far side of the field. Another tackle for Dominique Cantor for Dickinson State. The Blue Hawk defense today, we did not announce them earlier. 4 technique is what they start. The interior, Wyatt Anderson and Shell Osborne. The ends are Dylan Dahlgren and Chase Waters. The linebackers are Nate Gillick, Riley Waters, and Johnny McCluskey. The corners are Dominique Cantor and Chase Sell. And the safeties are Ryan Rott and Jack Hartman. On second down and 6, Cave to throw, right side caught by Dom Sotomayor. He'll take the ball to the 48-yard line, just a gain of 2, maybe 3. But it'll bring up a third down and 2. Hard catch for Dom Sotomayor. It'll actually be 3rd and 3 coming up for the Vikings. The most active player on that defense, Nate Gillick, who I swear we've talked about in Dickinson for a decade or so, and the reason why is because he's a hometown kid. Nate Gillick was a football player at the high school level when he was in Dickinson before he became a Dickinson State University Blue Hawk, and he has been around football for a long time. That's why the name is so familiar. 40 tackles, 5.5 for loss coming into today. Third down and 3, Cave looking to call his own number, delayed quarterback draw, nowhere to go. He is chased down and dropped in the backfield. Penetration from Wyatt Anderson off the defensive tackle spot. No chance for Joey Cave to get loose, and the Viking punt team is going to come back onto the field. They pick up a first down, change up the field position a little bit, and Jim Miller will come on to kick the football, but that was a designed quarterback draw. Joey Cave was looking to call his own number immediately and ends up losing a couple of yards. And Miller will wait for the snap back at around his own 35, puts a foot into this one. High, hangs up in the air a little bit, lots of men downfield, and a fair catch for Cale Gunlock at the 22 of Dickinson State. And the Blue Hawks will take over there, first down and 10 from their own 22-yard line. Well, we start taking a look at what's coming up next for Valley City State, and one of the things that you'll notice when we start looking at the schedule of things coming up next is that we start to see basketball beginning to work its way into the resume. October 29th, men's basketball, Bemidji State. That'll be an open to the public scrimmage. Women's basketball on the 31st versus Providence University, and that is going to be a counter. That's a regular season game for the Vikings. How about that? We're a week away from basketball already. First down and 10 for the Blue Hawks, their own 22. Marcus Sanders out of the shotgun, gives away to Jackson Simonson, looking to run off left tackle on a bit of a counter play, maybe spinning his way to the 25 for a gain of about 3. Another hard bruising tackle for Tequez Chapman. That young man has been through a war all season long for the Vikings up on the defensive line. 27 tackles for Chapman. He's got 4.5 for loss and a pair of sacks. And some of those numbers, especially the 4.5 tackles for loss, he and Dorian Sandus are tied in that regard. Now, Dorian Sandus was listed as the starter on the defensive side of things, left end, but right now that is Carbon Brink. We haven't seen Sandus on the field. Second down and 7, Simonson cutting back over the middle after starting right. He'll cross the 30, out to the 33, and that's enough for a first down for Dickinson State. They'll pick up 9 yards on a straight ahead give coming from Jackson Simonson. So Simonson comes up with a first down carry. And Dickinson State continuing to move down the field with a running game, and they've been definitely committed to that running game so far today. They haven't thrown the ball a lot. They have hit the tight end. They have not yet tried to stretch the field with that big weapon, Samaj Clark, who's listed as a wide receiver on the left-hand side right now. First down and 10 for Dickinson State, their own 32. Sanders will start Clark in motion. They fake the jet sweep to him. Give to Simonson. He got out of a tackle, but not the next one. He's down to the 35. Gavin Gerhardt coming in to finish him off after Ashton Ricchino in the middle linebacker spot was able to bring him down. Gain of about 3 for Simonson. Good to see Ricchino back in the lineup for the Vikings, was injured. His presence is missed, and Gavin Gerhardt, an unbelievable season for the Vikings. 60 tackles for Gavin Gerhardt this season. Under 4 to play in the opening quarter, scoreless. A drop back by Sanders on second down. He throws to Simonson out of the backfield, and Jackson Simonson will take it to the 43. That's a first down, a gain of 8 yards. Sanders has had a nice day targeting things over the middle. He hasn't been asked to do anything too deep as of yet. 26 yards, 3 of 5, and Simonson hooking up with him there for a gain. It'll bring up first down and 10. Ball out to the 43, rapidly expiring. First quarter of football, both teams keeping it on the ground quite a bit so far. So you would expect that clock kind of runs and runs quickly. Pair of receivers right, Samaj Clark to the left for Dickinson State. This play got started again in stages. And you saw a lobbying effort going on the far side of the field from Mosiah Rogers DeVow. He pointed at the Dickinson State offensive line, saying that they had moved, and they did. So the Blue Hawks will move back 5 yards. You heard one of the members of the crowd down there yell, "Everybody but the center." I think this crowd is a little bit boisterous today. You know, it's kind of cold. And so maybe when you're a little chilly, you start to get a little irritated as to what's going on out there. And so here comes a first down and 15 for Dickinson State, right around their own 38-yard line. So from the 38, first down and 15 for Dickinson State. Marcus Sanders will take a shotgun snap. The Vikings blitz with Aiden Russell to the linebacker court. Dickinson State picked it up. They throw, and it's incomplete. Aiden Russell came out of the linebacker spot on a straight-ahead blitz. Adrian Calderon had settled into the middle of the field for Dickinson State and found an opening, but Sanders couldn't hit him, and that'll bring up a second down and 15 coming up for the Blue Hawks. Clock will stop with 2:51 to play here in the opening quarter. Vikings will change up some personnel, bringing in an extra linebacker. Actually looks like they'll sub a defensive lineman. They also brought in an extra defensive back on this play. Fafa Lafano, who's had a couple of big games for the Vikings, will step in now as a defensive back. A step back, Sanders hit again as he throws the football. This one nearly picked off. It's incomplete. A good attempt for it for Ashton Ricchino, but he overran the football a little bit, then tried to go up and get to it and took a big shot in the back. And third down and 15 coming up for Dickinson State. Some pressure from the Vikings on the defensive line today has definitely changed things up for Marcus Sanders. He has not had a comfortable day in the pocket so far for the Blue Hawks. But he hasn't really rolled away from pressure either. Give credit to Marcus Sanders. He stood in there and taken the hits. Third down and 15. Vikings trying to get their defense off the field. Another blitz. Russell from the linebacker core. Sanders with a hand in his face. Throws, and Shamaj Clark is open at the Viking 41-yard line. The Viking bench is lobbying as if the ball was not caught. Clark had his hands on it, but was there a bobble as he came over onto the sideline, waiting for the call, and it's going to be a catch for Shamaj Clark. It'll be at the 41 of the Vikings. So Samaj Clark comes up with his first catch of the day, and it's a doozy. It erases a third down and 15 for Dickinson State and sets up the Blue Hawks in Viking territory, where they continue their opportunity on a drive. That was a big catch for Samaj Clark. First down and 10 for Dickinson State. Are the Vikings challenging the play? Dennis McCullik has stepped out onto the playing surface. And so the Vikings have called a timeout, and we're going to see the first replay of the day. So the bench for the Vikings, they felt like in that scenario, and you saw them lobbying right away, that Samaj Clark didn't catch the football. And that was an immediate lobbying effort that came from them. And they're going to go take a look at it underneath the tent and see what they can come up with 2:25 left to go here in the opening quarter. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with more in just a couple of moments on Viking football.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Welcome back to Viking football. Currently in a replay. Look at an instant review, or I should say a booth review. Let's call it that. The ball at the Viking 41-yard line on a 3rd down and 15. A strike coming from quarterback Marcus Sanders to Samaj Clark, the wide receiver. But the Viking defense, or I should say rather the sideline and the defense, both lobbying immediately that the ball was not caught. Samaj Clark was coming on an out route to the right side of the field and got his hands on the ball. And the Vikings may have seen some bobble of the football, which would indicate that he didn't have control of it when he came out onto the sideline. So now the officials are over in the booth and they're taking a look at whether or not they believe the ball was caught. And it's a big replay. If it is upheld, if the play on the call on the field is upheld, then the Dickinson State Bluehawks change field position and bring this ball down to the Viking 41. And if the play is overturned, then it becomes 4th down and 15, and Dickinson State is likely punting the football at that point. And so this is a big one right now. Folks, do want to remind you, though, that the Frontier Conference wants to thank their corporate partners for continuing financial support, including BSN Sports and Nike, Cooper Tire and Tire-Rama, the D.A. Davidson Companies, Erk Hotels, First Interstate Bank, Billings Clinic and Logan Health, McDonald's of Great Falls, Northwestern Energy, Pepsi and the Harrington Bottling Company, Snap Mobile, Winwan Technologies, the Montana Army National Guard. Uncommon is calling. And now let's get the review and the result. And it looks like right now Dickinson State believes that the play will be upheld. The Viking defense seems to believe that as well.
After review, previous play ruling was upheld. Valley City started timeout.
Valley City State will be charged a timeout, and the play is going to be upheld. So Dickinson State will win the review, if you will, and it will be 1st down and 10 for Valley City State at the Viking 41-yard line at what is ruled a successful catch for Samaj Clark. So the first replay of the day ends up going in favor of Dickinson State. The Vikings have not had the benefit of a lot of replay results so far this season. Marcus Sanders out of the shotgun on 1st and 10 for the Bluehawks. He drops back, stands tall in the pocket, throws underneath, and the pass is caught on the near side of the field by Kyle Meineke. He's up at around the Viking 30. Maybe the 29, it'll be the 29, and that'll be a pickup of 12 yards for Kyle Meineke. And the Bluehawks beginning to develop some rhythm. By the way, don't forget to download the Frontier Conference app in partnership with Snap Mobile. The app is free to download. Search for FC Sports in the App Store on Apple or Google Play for Android. 1st down and 10 for the Bluehawks, now at the Viking 29-yard line. Sanders again, waiting out of the shotgun. He'll turn, give the ball away to Jackson Simonson, hit by Aiden Russell and dragged down for a small gain. Simonson hit right at the line of scrimmage, but that shows you the power running that Simonson can pull off. Russell having to drag him down from behind, and Jackson Simonson will pick up a couple of yards, and they were hard-fought yards as well. And that will bring up a 2nd down and 8 for the Bluehawks. Sanders again out of the shotgun. And a single wide receiver goes to each side of the field. Sanders takes the snap, rolling left, looking into the flat, throws that way. The pass is caught by Samaj Clark. He's hit as he makes a cut back to the inside of the field. He'll be down and around the Viking 19-yard line. It's going to be enough for a 1st down. Clark comes up with another catch. And it'll be 1st and 10 coming up for the Bluehawks, now inside the Viking red zone as we make our way inside of a minute to play here in the opening quarter. Scoreless on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard. But Dickinson State has moved the ball twice today. They were stalled out on downs the first time around, and their second possession have found them moving from the 22 to the Viking 19. New runner in the game for Dickinson State. Stretch play to the near side of the field. Turn on the corner, the 10 and the 5, and it's a touchdown for Ty Dossinger. Dossinger has not figured into the stat report lately for Dickinson State, but he comes up big there, makes his way into the end zone from 19 yards out, but there is a flag down on the near side of the field at around the 9. And it'll be a holding penalty against Dickinson State that will back this one up and wipe the score off the board. Oh boy, that would have been a momentum-changing type of situation. And the ball's going to instead come back to the 22-yard line. So it's a holding penalty downfield. It'll only be a 3-yard penalty against Dickinson State. But that's going to obviously cause the ire of a lot of coaches when you get that holding penalty downfield. Did you need it? Sometimes you'll never know. It's first down and 13 for Dickinson State at the 22. A roll by Sanders looking left, throws in the flat. Gilbert reaches back behind him to make the catch, gets low across the 15 and is out of bounds at around the 13-yard line. Be a gain of 9 and second down and 4. Rather 3 coming up for Dickinson State. Give them perhaps 10 yards on that catch for Gage Gilbert, who's been very active so far today. Gilbert's had a lot of opportunities to catch the football. He's become kind of a favorite target. 4 catches for 35 yards on the day now for Gage Gilbert. And they've been possession-type catches as well. Doing the dirty work across the middle as the tight end. Second down and 3 coming up for the Blue Hawks, and that will do it for the first quarter of football. The Vikings with their backs to the wall in their own territory. Dickinson State moving their way towards the Viking end zone. But we are scoreless on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard at the end of the first quarter of play. Second quarter is on the way next, so stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking football on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Welcome back to Viking football. We start the second quarter. Dickinson State on the move. We're scoreless after a quarter of play, but it's a second down and 4 for Dickinson State. Snap taken by Sanders. He gives to Ty Dossinger, blown up in the backfield. Caleb Tork coming up with the first hit for Valley City State, but the middle was plugged well also, and that's another big play for Tequez Chapman. And here comes third down and 5. For those of you just joining us, Dickinson State scored a touchdown on this particular possession, but had it wiped out due to a holding penalty downfield. And so trying to pick up the pieces. They've been very active, though, on 2 drives today with a good opportunity to move the football against the Viking defense. A big third down and 5 from the Viking 14. Sanders steps back up under center. Now steps back, checks with Dossinger in the backfield to his right, shifts him to his left, and puts Samaj Clark in motion. The Vikings want a flag. They'll get one. That's going to be an illegal shift. Maybe the play clock as well, but the Vikings were calling for a double shift here. Now it's going to be a delay of game that'll be called first. The Vikings were asking for a double shift. Samaj Clark started his motion before Ty Dossinger had come set in the backfield, and they were surprised the flag didn't come out then. But a flag did come out, and it was from the referee, which is odd because I don't see a play clock on that side of the field. And so for him to know that it was a delay of game, well, he might have just got a signal from the back judge that it was a delay of game. Again, the back judge watching the clock here. So here comes third down and 10 for Dickinson State, now from the 18-yard line. They'll motion a receiver out of the backfield, 4 of them with 3 to the right. Snap taken by Sanders. He looks to the right side of the field, throws underneath, pass caught, Meineke with it. He'll get it to the 13-yard line. It's a gain of 5. It'll bring up fourth down and call it 4 or 5. And Dickinson State with a decision to make from the Viking 13. If you've got somebody that can put 3 on the board, you're in range to do it, but there's no move to bring the kicking unit out. Adrian Calderon and Jackson Simonson both came onto the field. That would indicate that the Blue Hawks are going to go for it here on 4th down and 4. All right, let's see. 4th down and 4. Dickinson State going to go for it from the Viking 13-yard line. Big opportunity for the Viking defense. Sanders dropping back, pressured throws. Paul dropped over the middle of the field. And the Vikings will get a stoppage on downs. Samaj Clark, the intended target, couldn't hold it. Aiden Russell, Gavin Gerhardt, again coming in on pressure for the Viking defense. And the Vikings will once again stop Dickinson State in Valley City State University territory. And the Vikings will take over at the 13-yard line. Now, the ball was spotted at the 14 and then respotted at the 13. I'm not sure if things are getting a little loose out there in that particular vein or not. But nonetheless, here comes Valley City State. 1st down and 10. They're down on the offensive side so far today if you look at the total numbers. But right now, still scoreless with 13:05 to play in the first half of football. Cave onto the pistol. Divine Pearson is the running back. 3 receivers. Dickinson State brings a blitz against the run. Pearson runs off towards the right, crosses the 20, and will make his way out for a gain of 7 just across the 20-yard line. 2nd down and 3 coming up for Valley City State. Good pursuit to the football that time for Dickinson State. Some new personnel out there. Wyatt Faircloth, a linebacker out of Soldotna, Alaska, in on part of the stop for the Blue Hawks, but a 7-yard pickup for Divine Pearson. One of his better plays so far today. The total offensive numbers a little bleak right now in this one so far. When you take a look at the total yardage, the Vikings outgained 111 to just 25 so far for Valley City State. Cave onto the shotgun on 2nd down and 3. Pearson left side trying to run off tackle. Cuts back to the right to the middle. Maybe the 22. Gain of a couple of yards. Riley Waters, the middle linebacker for Dickinson State, steps up to make the stop. And it's 3rd down and 1 for the Vikings. You may be wondering, the Vikings run heavy, maybe telegraphing the run on 2nd down. It telegraphs what you want to do on 3rd down, but with the Vikings' struggles this year to protect the passer, it's one of those things where you probably feel like you got to call a running play at this point. Now the Vikings will go to 3 men in the backfield. Nick Mears could take the snap. He's going to motion Cave out of the backfield. Mears calling his own number on the Wildcat, and he's going to be caught behind the yards to gain. That is a puzzling play call for Valley City State. I don't know what it is that the end game on that play was going to be. Mears taking the snap and the Wildcats there, but you had 2 positive plays with Divine Pearson. Ran the ball on 2nd down. That's a disappointing possession for Valley City State. I don't know that there's a better way to say that at this point. Jim Miller's going to kick the football. Cale Goonlock will go back to receive a punt for the Blue Hawks at his own 40-yard line. And Dickinson State's going to be right back in the middle of getting good field position again. Miller trying to roll out with some pressure, shanks this one badly and kicks it out onto the track. And Dickinson State's going to set up well inside Viking territory. Let's see where the Blue Hawks will end up with it. Looks like the 31-yard line is what they've chosen. So a really tough sequence for the Vikings. That's just on 2nd down and 3rd down in that situation. It would be interesting to know what's on the mind of the Viking coaching staff with the way that those calls came out as to what Dickinson State is doing, what they think maybe the limitations are for Joey Cave being able to move with his feet or throw the football. Just a weird possession, but nonetheless, now the Viking defense back to their walls again. On the Marcus Sanders, 1st down. He'll throw to the near side of the field. Jackson Simonson hit as he gets across the 25, is down to the 23 for a gain of about 8 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 2 coming up. Ball will come into, let's see where they spotted. They haven't spotted the football as of yet. Looks like they had a hard time switching out the game balls as well. We've had a little bit of a struggle from that regard here today. 2nd down and 2, it'll be an 8-yard pickup for Dickinson State. Sanders waiting out of the gun with 3 receivers. Simonson to his right. He'll take the snap, looks to throw out of play action, finds his way to the right for Gage Gilbert, and Gilbert will step inside the 20 down to the 17. It's a gain of 5 yards for the Blue Hawks at 1st and 10 coming up for Dickinson State at the Vikings 17-yard line. 10:05 to play until the break. And scoreless for the moment on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. But Dickinson State back in position to try to put something on the board here. First down and 10 for the Blue Hawks at the Vikings 17-yard line. Sanders waiting for a shotgun snap. Now has Ty Dossinger in the backfield with him. Sanders dropping back, pressured from behind, but throws over the middle, and Dossinger makes the catch running across the field at the 13-yard line, and Sanders appears to be a little shaken up. The Vikings have brought a lot of blitzes against Sanders today out of the linebacker core, and they've done a pretty nice job of putting pressure on Sanders at various times. They haven't been able to get to him as of yet. They had one strip sack earlier, which resulted in a fumble that Dickinson State recovered, but that was whitewashed by a personal foul penalty against the Vikings for a late hit. Other than that, you've seen Sanders kind of step in there and take the best shots the Vikings can deal. Second down and 5. Dossinger out of a broken eye. Big hole in the middle of the field. Bounced off a tackler and finds his way into the end zone for a touchdown. Boy, Ty Dossinger, hard running that we've seen from him today in a couple of opportunities. 13 yards out. We'll take a look at it again on our VCSU replay, and you're going to see a really hard piece of running out of an offset eye. This is Dossinger just trying to get downfield, bounced off a tackler there, and drives his way into the end zone for a touchdown. And Dickinson State makes it 6-0, and Quinn Culpin will come on for the extra point for the Blue Hogs. Snap is a good one. The hold is down, and the kick is on its way, and it is good. And Dickinson State takes a 7-0 lead on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard with 8:57 to play until halftime. We have a timeout for media here at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. Our coverage of Viking football will continue in just a couple of moments on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit proeyecarecenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking football on VCSU Athletics on YouTube. The voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC. Ryan Cunningham with you today from Locken Stadium in Dakota Bank Field. Dickinson State goes ahead 7-0, making their way into Viking territory after a very brief 3-and-out by Valley City State. That was a puzzling sequence of events for the Vikings in that situation. Quinn Culpin will come on to kick the football, and Dickinson State takes advantage of a 31-yard field. Xavier Westbrook, first chance to touch the football today. Westbrook will return it out to about the 30, and that's where we'll see Valley City State take over, right around the 30-yard line. But you go back to the previous possession for the Vikings. You get a good run on first down with Divine Pearson, and you come right back to the run on second down. They've stopped it up at that point, and then on third down, deep in your own territory, you go to a version of the Wildcat where you motion Joey Cave out of the backfield and have the direct snap with Nick Mears. And not that hasn't been successful before. It may have been Quayle, rather. It was Owen Quayle that was in the backfield at that point. But just puzzling as to why you might go to that type of thing well in your own territory at that point. Marty Gone takes over as the running back. A look in Cave looking to stretch the field with Jake Deutsch and overshot him incomplete. Deutsch was the intended target on the near side of the football field, and Dickinson State, my apologies, Jack Hartman comes up with a stop for the Blue Hawks, or at least the coverage for the Blue Hawks. Deutsch had gained a step on the near side of the field, but ball thrown over his head and no chance to pick it up for the Vikings. It'll be second down and 10. 7-0 Dickinson State on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard. 8:45 to play here in the opening half of football. Cave waiting for the snap. He's got it. Dickinson State brings 5 on the rush. Cave throws over the middle. Jake Deutsch is wide open. Deutsch busting outside the numbers to the far side of the field. The 15, the 10, a stiff arm, and he's down inside the 10-yard line. And the Vikings get a big lift as they needed to stretch the field badly. Look at it again in our replay, and you'll see Cave taking a look at Deutsch over the middle. You got him some time. Deutsch came wide open on that play and was able to force his way outside the far side numbers. Great play for Jake Deutsch to reset the expectations for the Vikings. It's first down and goal for Valley City State, and they're at the Blue Hawk 8-yard line looking to try to equalize the game. Cave calling his own number, design quarterback draw, busts outside the numbers, into the end zone. Joey Cave, touchdown, Valley City State. That's what happens when you stretch the field and you do something quickly. Deutsch gets open, puts Dickinson State on their heels, and a design quarterback draw for Joey Cave that you'll see on the replay again. Bounces outside 2 men and just races to the pylon ahead of a defender and gets in for the Viking touchdown. And Valley City State finds themselves on the board for the first time today, back within a point. Walker Brondos will come on for the extra point, a left-footed kicker for the Vikings. And the snap is a good one. The hold gets down, and Brondos' kick is on the way and good, and the ball game is new again. We are tied at 7. The Vikings come back and score. 8:03 to play of the opening half. Valley City State 7, Dickinson State 7 here at Lockett Stadium at Dakota Bank Field. We have a timeout on the field. This is our coverage of Viking football on VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Welcome back to Viking football. Quick strike for the Vikings. Throw to Jake Deutsch over the middle, and Joey Cave gets into the end zone moments later. And Valley City State finds their way onto the scoreboard on a 7-yard touchdown run by Joey Cave after the big throw. The Vikings needing Jake Deutsch. He's a difference maker in this matchup. 2 catches for 69 yards. That was a 63-yard catch and run for Jake Deutsch that set up the score for the Vikings. And that resets the game back at 7 apiece. And Walker Brondos will come on to kick the football for the Vikings. Around halfway through this second quarter, Brondos' kick is away. End over end near side of the field, hops and ends up out of bounds. It hops in front of returner Jackson Wicker, a wide receiver from Miles City, Montana. He made a nice read of that ball, registering where it was going to go based on the trajectory. And with that ball going out of bounds, the Vikings will give up about 10 yards of field position. Ends up being a touchback, comes out to the 25. But with the ball going out of bounds, it'll come out. Dickinson State will have it at the 35. The real chore now for the Vikings is you've got to find a way to stop this underneath pass game that has led to Marcus Sanders having 105 yards throwing the football so far today. The Vikings need something to try to shut those receivers down. 4-man rush for the Vikings. Another throw over the middle of the field. And out to the 47 comes Cale Gunlock, one of the wide receivers. Gunlock is a returner as well. 12-yard pickup today for Cale Gunlock on that play. And, you know, you mentioned Marcus Sanders, 1,376 yards on the season. 12 touchdowns versus 8 interceptions. If what we've seen today is any indicator of what the Blue Hawks have been up against this year, you've seen some pressure at times on Sanders. And Sanders' first instinct when he's under pressure is to stay in the pocket, take the hit. But we've seen the ball flutter a little bit because of that today. First down and 10. Sanders throwing to Gage Gilbert, another tight end. And Gilbert will run ahead of the 45 of the Vikings, down to around the 42. And that's enough for another first down for Dickinson State. James Don comes up with a stop. But you're watching right now, Samaj Clark, even the throw to him was a throw that was a crossing route. Now, it was a deeper crossing route, but it was a crossing route nonetheless. And everything that Dickinson State is throwing right now is a tight end or tight end-like type of player over the middle of the field. First down and 10 for Dickinson State. I'll look to the near side. Another throw to Gilbert. Ball pops out. The Vikings step on top of it. The Vikings say they've recovered a fumble. Dickinson State says the ball was incomplete. And they'll say that the ruling is an incomplete pass. Riley Olson, in as a linebacker, ends up recovering that fumble for the Vikings. But again, it will not be a fumble. It'll be ruled an incomplete pass. And that'll bring up second down and 10. So second and 10 now for Dickinson State at the Viking 42-yard line. The Blue Hawks will wait for a snap with Marcus Sanders waiting for the snap. He'll take it back on play action, pressured again, throws downfield, batted ball, incomplete. Downfield, looking for a man underneath, and I believe that was Colby Smith, wide receiver out of Glendive, Montana. Coverage there, Don, Gerhard, Torque, all in the vicinity. And here comes third down and 10 for Dickinson State at the Viking 42. The Vikings scored to tie the game at 7 apiece. 6:40 left to play here in the first half. And now the Viking defense may have found a way to get themselves off the field here on third down and 10. And more pressure again on Marcus Sanders on that snap. 3 receivers, Twins left. They'll motion across the middle of the field. Sanders with a blitz coming at him again. Russell got to him, and then Sanders goes down for a quarterback sack. It's Tequez Chapman that comes up with it. The Vikings have been blitzing freely from the edges all day. And that time, Russell, an extra step, gets in, puts the pressure on Sanders, and by the time he sidesteps him, Tequez Chapman defeats his block and comes up with a quarterback sack. It'll be a loss of 5 yards, and the Blue Hawks will have to punt the football. Ty Nelson will come on to kick the ball for Dickinson State, and Xavier Westbrook, a dangerous return man, is back at the Viking 10-yard line. Clock moving inside of 6 minutes to go. Kick is away. Good one. High spiraling kick. Westbrook will call fair catch deke. This ball rolls just into the end zone before Dickinson State can bat it out. And the Vikings will take over at their own 20-yard line. So maybe some momentum here for Valley City State. LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard reads 7-7. The Vikings, after giving up a touchdown on a 31-yard drive to the Blue Hawks. Boy, now they spot the ball at the 19. Now, I don't want to make too many critiques of the officiating staff, but the spot of the football has been interesting today. I mean, it's a touchback, and clearly so. And why the 19? I guess I'm not sure. Nonetheless, the Vikings tied up. Now they get it back after they get a stop. And Joey Cave onto the shotgun with Divine Pearson to his left on first down. Screen pass to Pearson. He's in trouble. They string that out to the Blue Hawks, and Pearson's down back at the 17 for a 2-yard loss. The play will be finished on the far side of the field by Dylan Dahlgren. But I'll tell you what, the play was made for Dickinson State by Jack Hartman, the safety, who read what Divine Pearson was doing and didn't step up and make a big hit, but what he did was cut off the outside so Pearson could not get out there with the ball. And that allowed Dahlgren to come off the edge and get to Pearson. Now a 50 front for Dickinson State. They show blitz on second down and 13. Cave, play action, wants to throw. Deutsch on the near side of the field has the catch. He's up and around the 32 as he makes the catch. Spot's going to have him at the 31. That's going to be enough for a Viking first down. So Valley City State will pick up a first down, and one that they could use. They're trying to capture some momentum back in the football game. It's first and 10 for Valley City State, their own 31. Clock moving with 4:45 to play. The Vikings have 2 timeouts left. They used one on a challenge of a call that was ultimately denied and a play upheld back earlier in the football game. Cave onto the pistol with Divine Pearson behind him. They'll motion Nick Mears across the formation from left to right. Pearson gets the call. Hard running right side, the 35, and bounced out of bounds at around the 38-yard line. They'll give him the 39 on the spot. It'll be a gain of 8 yards. Ryan Rod, the safety, coming over to escort Divine Pearson out of bounds. Clock will continue to move, and the Vikings have a second down and 2 to work with. Trent Finney coming off the bench now for the Vikings as a tight end. And we'll see what the Vikings decide to dial up here on second down. Cave taking a look to his left. Divine Pearson's in the backfield with him on the left side. Deutsch stepping out towards the right. 2nd down and 2. Play action. Cave in some trouble. Short arms the ball to the right sideline. It's too strong for Dom Sotomayor. Cave felt the pressure coming. Sotomayor had gained a step on the far side of the field against Rustin Mendenwald, but Cave had to sidearm the football with pressure coming off of that left edge, and he ends up coming up with a bad trajectory to get to the receiver, and it falls incomplete. Big 3rd down coming up for the Vikings. You pick up the 1st down, even if you don't score. Take some more time off the clock. Keep the ball away from Dickinson State. 3rd down and 2 from their own 39. A pair of receivers. Cave, his own number behind the lead block of Divine Pearson, and Cave has got the 1st down. Scampers his way out to around the 43. That's enough for a 1st down. A pickup of around 4 for Joey Cave, and the Vikings will move the sticks. The game beginning to even up a little bit now, even though Dickinson State 33 snaps today, the Vikings just 16. The total yardage now 160 to 116, and that was much more lopsided earlier in the football game. Valley City State now beginning to get a little bit more even in the matchup here. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. It's tied at 7 from the 43 for Valley City State. Cave looking near side, pressure, going to step up over the middle. He's running off to the left side, outrun a man, bounces out towards the numbers. He's at the Dickinson State 40 and steps out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Joey Cave with 19 yards on a scramble right over the middle of the football field in the middle. It opened up freely. The Dickinson State defense out of position. They lost contain, and it's 1st and 10 for the Vikings. Now at the Dickinson State 37. We'll see Owen Quayle coming back into the matchup, replacing Xavier Westbrook. And the Vikings, you wonder if they're going to go back to some tomfoolery in the backfield again. It looks like they will. 3-man package in the backfield. Joey Cave is the quarterback with Divine Pearson and Nick Mears as the backs to greet him. Cave dropping back, pressured, hit, sacked. Back up behind the 45 to around the 46. Dylan Dahlgren comes up with his 4th sack this season, and it's a loss of 9 yards for the Vikings. It'll be a loss of 8 officially. They'll spot the ball at the 45. That'll bring up 2nd down and 18. Zach Fall, who's been in and out of the lineup, injured a little bit this season. They're trying to coax a game out of him, but he was matched up there with Dylan Dahlgren, and Dahlgren just got past him and was able to put the pressure on Joey Cave. Clock down to 2:15 to play now in the half. Again, the 2-minute timeout coming up. 4 receivers for the Vikings on 2nd down and 18, and now a 5th as they'll empty the backfield on motion. A throw over the middle of the field. Dom Sotomayor, he finds room to move. He's outside the numbers of the 20 and spins his way down to the Dickinson State 16-yard line. And that will bring us to the 2-minute timeout as the Vikings are finding their way on the move again. Timeout on the field for the 2-minute timeout. We are tied at 7. The Vikings at the Dickinson State 17, and a tie ball game at 7 apiece. We're back with more in a couple of moments. This is Viking football on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also on NewsDakota.com and the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Welcome back to Viking football from Locken Stadium, Dakota Bank Field today. 2-minute timeout. The Vikings and Blue Hawks tied at 7. Valley City State falling behind in the matchup. They come back to tie quickly. 63-yard catch and run for Jake Deutsch that set him up. Joey Cave takes it into the end zone. The Vikings get a stop, and they have driven from their own 20 to the Dickinson State 17-yard line. As we reach the 2-minute timeout, the Vikings left 2 timeouts left to work with, and 2 minutes trying to find their way to a lead over Dickinson State at halftime. The main changes, or some of these swings in this one, the Vikings get a quarterback sack against Marcus Sanders after having a lot of pressure on him throughout the course of the day. And the defense stepping up with a big stop when they needed it because of that quarterback sack. And Valley City State, meanwhile, beginning to throw the football and stretch the field a little bit, giving Joey Cave a little bit of time to work with. It's 1st and 10 Vikings at the Dickinson State 17. Cave his own number with a fleet of bodies in front of him to the left, and Cave will step out of bounds after a short gain. Looks like they'll spot him around the Dickinson State 17, just inside the 17 for a gain of 2. He does hop out of bounds, 1:54 to play here in the first half. Marty Gone will come in as the running back on this sequence. Will Fall checks in as a tight end for the Vikings as well. 2nd down and 8 for the Vikings. Again, the clock is halted with 1:54 left to play here in the opening half. Cave waiting for a snap, 3 receivers. Twins will go to his left. Cave play action to Gone, looking right side, back shoulder fade. Jake Deutsch is there, and he's got it for a Viking touchdown. Looking at Jake Deutsch the whole way, and Jake Deutsch hauls in a big ball from Joey Cave to put the Vikings on top by a score of 13-7. Let's take a look at that again in our VCSU replay. Joey Cave looking one direction the entire way. You see him looking to his right, looking to the corner of the end zone, and Deutsch hauls it in for the Viking touchdown. And Valley City State takes a 13-7 lead with 1:49 left to go here in the half. Walker Brondos on for the extra point opportunity for the Vikings. High snap, the hold does get down. Brondos' kick finds its way in. Not textbook, but the Vikings score it. And for the first time today, the Vikings have the lead. 1:49 left of the opening half. Your score on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. The Vikings 14 and the Blue Hawks 7. This is our coverage of Viking football on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Vikings take a 14-7 lead over Dickinson State with a clock down to 1:49 to play here in the opening half of football. Stick around, our halftime report is on the way. And our halftime report today will be brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. We'll take a look at our highlights from the opening half of football to give you the story on this one. Also trying to get a look at some of the scores out there. We'll also check in with the latest that we have in a news update with Fox News for those of you on the radio side, along with regional news that we'll have for you today. The Vikings will kick it away after taking a 14-7 lead in the matchup, and the kickoff will go into the end zone. And Dickinson State will bring it out to the 25 for a touchback. Blue Hawks will have 3 timeouts to work with and 1:49 left to go here in the opening half to try to strike back. Well, we take a look at what's on the line here today. For those of you that perhaps missed it in our pregame report today, the Frontier East standings, and you see that there's an error in the middle of that standing sheet. That's a 2-1 record for Mayville State, but the Vikings 1-2, Dickinson State 0-3, and when this conference started, the Blue Hawks obviously very familiar with the Frontier, and I doubt that many that were Dickinson State fans foresaw an 0-3 start to the conference run, or maybe even, being on the verge here in an 0-4 type of situation. Throw over the middle of the football field. Pass is caught for Dickinson State. Again, they go underneath, and it's Jackson Wicker, the sophomore out of Miles City, Montana, that comes up with the catch, and Wicker will scamper it out ahead of the 35 to the 40. Pick up of 15 yards for Jackson Wicker. Sanders has been very comfortable throwing over the middle of the field today. On first down, he steps up against a 4-man rush, and a pass that'll be knocked down along the 50, waiting for a call. Dickinson State says catch. The Vikings say it's not, and they're going to call that a catch and bring the ball up to the midfield stripe. So the Vikings frustrated there. Dickinson State snaps it on first down from the 50. Sanders looking for someone to throw to, throws again underneath, and the ball is caught along the boundary at the 48-yard line. Another catch coming in from Jackson Wicker. There's an injured Viking. So down to 1:20 left to go. The ball already out to the Viking 48, and it looks like there's a rather difficult injury on the field for Valley City State. Training staff, Dennis McCullik coming out. But we're going to have an injury stoppage here And the Vikings left to tend to an injured player. So we'll take a timeout. They may not have ruled that last play a catch for the receiver, Jackson Wicker. They haven't moved the down marker yet. They haven't spotted the football either. And meanwhile, they're dealing with an injury. And let's see what Coach McCullik is asking for here. Well, the Vikings still down on the field. And they're going to spot the ball, looks like at the midfield stripe. So that would indicate to us that that ball was not caught. And the reason why that's important here, it's not just the yardage, but if the ball was caught, the receiver Wicker fell down in bounds, and that would either keep the clock running or force the Blue Hawks to have to use a timeout. Now, they're not going to have to do that at this point. But in the meantime, all of that is set aside as we're dealing with a Viking injury. So we're going to take a timeout here as well. We'll come back with more in a couple of moments. Do stay with us. Viking football will continue next. Tie ball game 7 apiece. No, I'm sorry. That was a late score. It's now the Vikings 14 and the Blue Hawks 7. We've got more Viking football coming up next.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Lever's Foods, best quality, best price. Lever's Foods, best service, they're nice. Lever's Foods, they make it.
During the fall sale at Lever's, prices are falling fast on Brewpub Pizza, $5.99. Kraft shredded or chunk cheese, $1.89 with coupon and flyer. Cheez-It, Townhouse, or toasted crackers, $4.49 with coupon and flyer. Fresh Express chopped salad kits, just $3.49 each, and boneless beef chuck roast, only $8.99 a pound. Delivery is available by calling 845-1732. Lever's Foods, Valley City.
Well, they have the injured Viking up, but apparently a pretty bad injury, and we're getting a look at it as looks like an arm injury, I would think, of some kind, and they're trying to escort that Viking off the field. I did not see the number cleanly, but it looks like an arm injury, like around the forearm, something like that. And I apologize, folks. The angle still doesn't give us an opportunity to see the number of the injured player. There we finally got a look at it. Number 49, that's Taryn Larson. On first down, actually second down, throw near side. Samaj Clark makes a move back over the middle of the field. He's hit as he gets to the 22-yard line and is down there. Samaj Clark coming back to the football and has a catch for Dickinson State and moves to the Viking 22. And Dickinson State will call for timeout. They've moved the ball quickly from the 25 down to the Viking 22-yard line as Samaj Clark gets open again. The big play man for Dickinson State, 42 catches for 539 yards coming into the day, 6 touchdowns, had 1 against the Vikings the first go-around, and a timeout taken by the Blue Hawks. Well, while we have the opportunity, let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification, if we can do so rather quickly here. And you're listening to Viking football, the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
This is 1490 KOVC AM Valley City and 96.3 K242CZ Valley City.
The voice of the Valley.
Ryan Cunningham with you here today. Dickinson State has moved from their own 25 to the Viking 22. First down and 10 for the Blue Hawks. With 1:09 to play opening half, the Vikings leading by a score of 14-7, but Dickinson State making quick work of this possession. Sanders out of the shotgun on first down. He drops back, throwing over the middle again. Pass incomplete. Intended for Jackson Wicker. Good coverage over the middle of the field on that crossing pattern. Caleb Tork comes up with a hit to knock that ball free, and it'll be second down and 10. Everything that Dickinson State has thrown today has been over the middle of the football field, with the exception of 2 crossing routes by Samaj Clark where he's released to the outside. But those tight ends crossing the middle of the Viking defense, the Blue Hawks have found something they like there. Sanders rolling right side on second down. He'll throw to Samaj Clark, and Clark down almost immediately at the 21-yard line, maybe a gain of a yard, and Dickinson State will have to use their second timeout with 54 seconds left to go.
No, Dickinson, second charge timeout.
We mentioned that we'll be over at Gratian Gymnasium on the video side of things following this matchup today. Join us over there today. It'll be probably about a 5:45, 5:50 pregame. First service set for 6 o'clock. There won't be a lot of time between the end of this one and the beginning of that one because of the just getting over there for the next matchup. But Rocky Mountain is next up. You can see it for those of you on the video side of things today, looking at the Viking schedule coming up next. Volleyball at Rocky Mountain College, and then men's basketball and open scrimmage, Bemidji State, and the Vikings will have a handful of open scrimmages to get things moving. Dickinson State will go, actually the Vikings will go to Dickinson State for volleyball this weekend on the 30th and 31st. They'll be at Dickinson State on Thursday and at Bismarck State on Friday. But the women's basketball team, those two games on your screen against Providence University on the 31st and November 1st, those are counters for the Viking women. Those are the start of the regular season. 3rd down and 9 for Dickinson State. Big play coming up here. Sanders with 3 options to his left. Throws to Jackson Simonson out of the backfield. He's got a first down, backing his way inside the 10. And it will be first down and goal for the Blue Hawks at the Viking 9. Clock stopped to spot the football with 47 seconds left to go here in the opening half. The Vikings struggling to substitute, and we see whistles. The Vikings called for timeout. The Vikings couldn't get the defensive personnel in the field that they wanted to, and so they'll call for timeout with 43 seconds left to go until the end of the half. Valley City State really hasn't executed this situation down the field here defensively like they wanted to. Dickinson State took over with 1:49 seconds left to go, and they've been able to, in 1:06, carve out yardage from their own 25 to the Viking 9-yard line, and they're in danger of putting more points on the board, either tying the game or cutting the Viking lead to 4. Halftime on the way. It'll be brought to you by Rambo, and at halftime we'll take a look at the halftime numbers. We'll also give you a look through the highlights that we've had in this matchup through the first half of play today. All that coming up with our halftime report brought to you today by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Viking defense comes back onto the field. They'll be joined by the Dickinson State offense. It's first down and goal for Dickinson State from the Viking 9. 3 receivers strung left. Sanders in the backfield with Ty Dossinger to his right. Dossinger will get the football, attacks the middle. He's hit as he gets to the 4. Dickinson State with a timeout left to go. Ball at the 35. They'll spot it at the 5-yard line. Clock to 30 seconds. Sanders, and there's a flag in motion. A flag comes out. Dickinson State was leaning, and the Blue Hawks are going to lose 5 yards. Huge penalty against Dickinson State, as a false start penalty will be called against the Blue Hawks. That'll back it up to the 10. That is not a penalty that Dickinson State wanted to see in that situation at all. That turns that into a little bit of a high, or rather lower, I guess you could say, statistical advantage in that situation, looking for the opportunity to try to find your way into the end zone. So 2nd down and goal now from the 10. Clock will stop with 28 seconds left. Dickinson State has 1 timeout left to work with, but likely thinking about... Okay, so what we have there, I was wondering about that. The Vikings have the option to use 10 seconds off the clock because that penalty comes in the final minute. And so Dickinson State's going to use a timeout to prevent the 10-second runoff, which means now the Blue Hawks will be out of timeouts. We were just talking about saving a timeout perhaps to get your field goal unit set up in case you don't get in to the end zone. And instead, because of that penalty, the Vikings had the option to run 10 seconds off the clock. And you can see why that becomes a rule. If you're in trouble and you don't want to use a timeout, you want to save one, you think the 5 yards is no big deal, chance to throw it into the end zone anyway, that type of thing, go ahead and just commit the penalty because the 5 yards doesn't matter to you. But Dickinson State calls for timeout to prevent the 10-second runoff. And so they're out of timeouts. So we're down to 28 seconds left until halftime. It's 2nd down and goal for Dickinson State from the Viking 10. Sanders with 3 receivers, 2 options to his left. Gage Gilbert motioning to the right-hand edge of the line. A step back by Sanders, throwing over the middle. Pass is caught. Gilbert breaks a tackle. He's into the end zone for a Blue Hawk touchdown. Boy, the Vikings could not find the defensive look they were looking for on that possession. And you watch the size of Gage Gilbert on our replay, being able to just break out of contact. The Vikings are going to stop him at the 2-yard line. And if they do, they're going to run out of time. But Gilbert breaks that tackle and gets himself into the end zone. And Dickinson State a kick away from tying the football game with 22 seconds left to go, and the kick is on its way from new kicker Quinn Colpin. He knocks it through, and this game is even as it gets ready to go into the locker room. Boy, that broken tackle is a huge play for Dickinson State. If Gilbert goes down in that situation, it's 3rd down. You've got to run up to the line of scrimmage without a timeout, either run a play to get in, which maybe they called 2 plays in the huddle. That ball's going to be about the 2, maybe the 1, or you've got to spike the football and run your field goal unit out there. And I mean, with 22 seconds on the clock, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in that sequence. Instead, Gilbert breaks a tackle, spins his way into the end zone, and instead of trying to settle for 3 or being in some trouble, tie ball game. And now Dickinson State will kick it away, and the Vikings have 1 timeout to work with, 22 seconds. And your best option, one of those men back at the 10-yard line, either Divine Pearson or Xavier Westbrook. And I doubt Dickinson State would give either of them a chance to return the football. Let's see. Quinn Colpin will kick it away. Again, the Viking deep men are back at the 10-yard line. And we'll see what the Blue Hawks select to do here in the kicking game. That's a line drive kick. They're going to give Xavier Westbrook a chance from the 7-yard line. Westbrook setting up near side return, looking for a wedge, found one outside the numbers. He's out of bounds at the 43. 16 seconds left to go of the half. The Vikings with the timeout. Looks like they'll spot him at the 45-yard line. This thing's not over yet. Xavier Westbrook doesn't get a scoring return, but he gets a good return. And Joey Cave a chance to throw the ball to the boundary a couple of times, set up a field goal opportunity, or maybe more for Valley City State. But a great return by Xavier Westbrook gives the Vikings an opportunity to come onto the field at the 45-yard line. That decision by the Blue Hawks surprises me a bit. 4 receivers, 3 strung to the right side of the field. Cave taking the snap, looking. Going to go down the field near side, no one home. Mears was down there, and Deutsch was down there as well, but ball was really thrown away, so clock down to 10 seconds left. And if you're the Vikings now, you split the clock down to 5 or 4 seconds. You probably need to get to the 30, so you need something here that's going to put you down the field about 25 yards to give yourself a legit chance to kick the football. Marty Gone comes into the backfield. Cave stepping up, looking near side of the field, too high for Xavier Westbrook. A flag is down. Cave was hit in the backfield. It's either a holding penalty or some sort of a foul against Dickinson State on the throw. It's going to be holding against the Vikings. And they'll take it back 10 yards. And so now the ball goes back to the Viking 35. And the Vikings likely to take a knee at this point, I would think, and figure out how to win the next 30 minutes after these first 30 minutes look to be ready to finish in even fashion. And that'll be the case. Joey Cave will come out in the victory formation, step into a knee, and that's going to be the end of the first half of football. A good first half of football today. Certainly nothing wrong with the first half of football that was played this afternoon. The Vikings and the Blue Hawks are tied at 14 from Lock-In Stadium at Dakota Bank Field in Valley City as we move to our halftime show. And our halftime show today is brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Stick around because we will come back with our halftime highlights and our first half numbers here today from Lock-In Stadium in just a couple of moments. This is Viking football on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel, newsdakota.com, and the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Hi, I'm Rod Skitland, a proud Valley City State University alumnus and successful business owner. VCSU gave me so much more than an education. It gave me a family. The connections I made, the opportunities I had, and the support from this amazing community shaped who I am today. And that family is still going strong. I encourage you to join in, get involved, be part of something truly special. Let's help VCSU continue creating life-changing experiences for future Vikings and keep this incredible legacy alive.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking football this afternoon. It's our halftime report, and our halftime report today is brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Rambo is your home for all of your promotional products, whether it's products or apparel. When it's time to put that logo to work for you and it's time to promote your team or business, you want Rambo. Matt Carlgard, a proud VCSU alumnus, and he's ready to put his work to work for you. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. Today, the Vikings and Dickinson State renewing their rivalry at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. The Vikings fall behind 7-0, come back with a couple of big scores, including a quick strike down the field and Jake Deutsch getting involved in both of the scoring marches for the Vikings. They need him to do so. But Dickinson State rallies and drives down the field in a minute and a half to score the eventual tying touchdown, and that makes it a 14-14 ball game between the Vikings and the Dickinson State University Bluehawks today at halftime here at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. Before we take a look at the numbers, let's run you through what happened here in the first half of football. We'll look at our highlights from half number one. And this is Dickinson State with Ty Dossinger finding his way into the end zone for the first time today. Dossinger just hard downhill running, and this contact piece that you saw there with Dossinger breaking a tackle, that comes up later today as well. Made it 7-0 Bluehawks. But after that strike, Joey Cave looking downfield. He finds Jake Deutsch over the middle of the field, who bounces outside the far numbers and sets up a Viking opportunity. And the Vikings would take advantage of play later. Joey Cave designed quarterback draw, bouncing outside to the pylon, makes his way into the end zone to tie it up. Then the Vikings go on the move again, and it's Cave and Deutsch a second time today, only this one's in the end zone. A look to the back of the end zone. Cave letting loose on a ball, and Deutsch pulls it in along the boundary to make it a 14-7 lead for the Vikings. But once again, you see a broken tackle lead to a touchdown late in the first half. Final half minute, Sanders throws over to Gage Gilbert, and Gilbert breaks the tackle and makes his way into the end zone for a score. And so both of those touchdowns for Valley City State, or rather for Dickinson State, come off of some contact and a failure to bring a man down on first contact. And Dickinson State takes a tie ball game into the locker room after grabbing some momentum at the end of the half. They tie it up by a score of 14-14. We'll take a look at the halftime numbers that we have for you today in this one as well. Again, some lopsided offensive numbers for Dickinson State, particularly on how they get down the field on that final drive that we have today. 240 to 174 in the total yardage category, and those are big numbers on both sides of things. That's a good output for the Vikings today, but 240 first half yards for Dickinson State, most of that coming over the middle on throws that were short down the field. That's going to get the attention of the Viking defensive staff, but the Vikings 7 yards per play to Dickinson's 5.9, which stands out a little bit there as well. Dickinson State 17 first downs in this thing today, only 8 for the Vikings so far today. Rushing yardage that we have for today, the Vikings 44, Dickinson State 36. But the passing yardage is what stands out right now, really for both teams, but certainly for Dickinson State, 204 yards through the air in this first half of play. Marcus Sanders, 20 of 28. He's thrown the ball 28 times, 204 yards. Joey Cave, 8 of 11 for the Vikings for 130. Both have 1 touchdown throw. Leading rushers today, Joey Cave, 8 attempts, 25 for the Vikings. Jackson Simonson, 8 attempts, 29 yards for Dickinson State. The leading ball catchers today, Jake Deutsch has 4 catches for 99 yards and a touchdown today. Of course, the 63-yarder that set up a score was the big one for Jake Deutsch today. Gage Gilbert, 7 catches, 62. Samaj Clark, 4 for 58. And everything has been over the middle. Dickinson State has had 8 different receivers get involved in the offensive side of things today. So a very good game played by Dickinson State quarterback Marcus Sanders. The difference in the game at times has been the Vikings' ability to put some pressure on Marcus Sanders when they've been able to do that, much more efficient on the defensive side. That's a look at your halftime summary, and it's brought to you today by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good. We'll step aside for a moment. We'll come back with a look at some college football scores near the end of our opening half, or rather our halftime report. But we have news on the way from Fox News and our regional news headlines coming up, and a look at our weather details coming up as well. And we'll get ready for second half action next here on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, and the VCSU Athletics channel on YouTube. We're back with more in just a bit.
Hi, I'm Rod Skitland, a proud Valley City State University alumnus and successful business owner. VCSU gave me so much more than an education. It gave me a family. The connections I made, the opportunities I had, and the support from this amazing community shaped who I am today. And that family is still going strong. I encourage you to join in, get involved, be part of something truly special. Let's help VCSU continue creating life-changing experiences for future Vikings and keep this incredible legacy alive.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938 for an investment professional. And tax and accounting professionals with Jim Laco and team at 701-845-1660 for a tax professional. Security is offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
News on
Paul Stevens, the government shutdown continues with no end in sight.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy saying many more flights could be delayed as air traffic controllers head into their first week without a paycheck. Millions also face hunger as SNAP benefits could go unpaid. Now, the impasse in Congress also leading to potentially no pay for our military.
Fox's Marianne Rafferty, another big trip scheduled for President Trump. He's on his way.
A 5-day swing through Asia with stops in Malaysia, Japan, and South Korea. The president's long-haul flight took off last night and won't land in the region until late tonight. His schedule is packed with key trade meetings with world leaders as he looks to finalize deals and shore up new investments.
Fox's Rebecca Castor in D.C. The president due also to meet with China's President Xi Jinping. America's listening to Fox News.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, report scams, and update your software. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information and fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your protection today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
With a check of regional news this hour, I'm Ryan Cunningham reporting. A judge has tripled the bail for a former Devils Lake police officer who was fired after a standoff. Ray Hennon appeared by phone Thursday from jail for his first court appearance after the Attorney General's office filed 7 new charges earlier this week, accusing him of rape and abusing his badge to harass women. Hennon was arrested September 8th following a 6-hour standoff at his home in Devils Lake, during which he allegedly fired a gun at his head but missed. Several officers were nearly struck. In court Thursday, his bail was raised to $300,000. Prosecutors said they're nearing filing additional charges against him, including those of attempting to contact the victim and her family from jail. The prosecutor in the case said that there were some jail phone calls where family members of Hennon were instructed to go and speak with the victim. The Metro Flood Diversion Authority is enlisting the help of a commercial real estate company to sell the Horace Grain elevator. During its meeting on Thursday, the Metro Flood Diversion Board of Authority gave the okay for an agreement with Horizon Real Estate Group to manage the sale. That came after an earlier auction failed to net the minimum price for the property. The high bid in the auction was $99,500, far below the minimum reserve price for the property, set at $550,000. In a 2023 appraisal, the property was valued at more than $1 million. Justin Fisher, Director of Lands and Compliance for the Diversion Authority, acknowledged that there may be a discrepancy between the appraised value of the property and the eventual final sale price. We'll have more regional news after this.
Harvest is here. As the combines roll, it's time to think ahead. Minn Kota Ag Products is ready to help you wrap up the season right with fall fertilizer applications and smart grain marketing strategies. Whether you're bringing in the crop or planting for next year, our team has the tools and the experience to support your success. And with locations in Breckenridge, Colfax, Kent, Barney, Wahpeton, and Wyndmere, we're right where you need us. Call Minn Kota Ag Products today, your trusted partner this fall and beyond.
Whether it's turning into high school football games, monitoring the patterns of incoming storms, or catching your favorite talk show, these are just some of the ways listeners depend on North Dakota's AM radio stations. And we need your help. Text AM 52886 and tell Congress to keep AM radio in cars. This ad is aired by the North Dakota Broadcasters Association and this station.
The selection process for 3 seats on the North Dakota Ethics Commission has reached a stalemate after the governor adamantly refused to reappoint incumbent Murray Sagsveen. Governor Kelly Armstrong argued the Ethics Commission needs a general reset, citing a strained relationship with executive branch agencies. Armstrong also strongly disagreed with the response Sagsveen gave during the selection process, in which he said the North Dakota legislature has passed laws to limit the commissioner's authority in violation of the state constitution. Armstrong said, "I just won't vote for him." However, Senate Majority Leader David Hogue and Senate Minority Leader Kathy Hogan, the other two members of the selection committee, strongly support reappointing Sagsveen. The appointment process requires a consensus of the three members, not a majority vote. And Crystal Barnett, the fiancée of Edward Jones, the former director of the Northlands Rescue Mission in Grand Forks, said that the allegations against him are false, calling them disgusting and lies. Barnett responding to claims by the Northlands Rescue Mission Board of Directors that Jones was voted out of his position earlier this month due to substance abuse. Jones addressed a crowd at Valley Christian Church on October 23rd. He said he does not do drugs. He says he barely drinks. One board member has already resigned. With a check of regional news this hour, I'm Ryan Cunningham.
The Ag Central forecast this afternoon, sunny skies with a high in the low 60s and a south to southeast wind 10 to 15, some gust up to 25. Tonight it's partly cloudy skies and the low in the upper 40s and a southeast wind at 15. Partly to mostly cloudy with a breeze tomorrow in the high in the low 60s, but that south wind 15 to 20 will have some gust to 35. And then for tomorrow night and Monday, cloudy and a chance of showers. Tomorrow night's low in the mid 40s and the upper 50s for the high Monday. There's weather anytime at newsdakota.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care. At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Rambo, a proud sponsor and fan of Viking and Highliner Athletics, has been serving North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota with quality logoed apparel and promotional products since 1979. With online store options built to meet the needs of your company, organization, or team, Rambo will ensure that the process of ordering is easy and accurate, and that your items are received on time. When you're ready to put your logo to work, give Matt a call at 701-680-9585. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good.
Welcome back to Viking football as we get ready to go with half number 2 today between the Vikings and Dickinson State. Our halftime report is brought to you today by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Remember Rambo for the needs that you have when it comes down to your promotional products and when it comes down to your promotional apparel. Whether it's a team or business and you're ready to promote that team or business, you want Rambo. Again, Rambo's in the business of making you look good. I'll look at our LaRue Laco financial scoreboard that we have for you. Major college football right now. Georgia Tech leading Syracuse big, 41-16. Ole Miss has the football, leading Oklahoma by a score of 34-26. That game, 1:21 left to go in the fourth quarter. South Florida leading Memphis 31-26. Those are the games involving ranked teams that are in action. Finals in Indiana wallops UCLA 56-6, and Virginia holds on against North Carolina in overtime today. 17-16 was the final score. Bill Belichick's team giving Virginia a little bit of a scare. Those are games that are involved in the top 25 as we continue with our look at the LaRue Laco financial scoreboard. We'll take a look at some of the Missouri Valley Football Conference scores that we have today. Games in progress right now. At halftime, Youngstown State leads Murray State 24-7. Illinois State leads South Dakota 14-10, and Southern Illinois leads Northern Iowa 10-0. Games coming up later, 3 o'clock. It's North Dakota hosting Indiana State in Grand Forks, and North Dakota State will be on the road at South Dakota State. That game is at 7 o'clock tonight. That'll be a couple of heavyweights in the Missouri Valley Football Conference that will be going after one another there. And we'll take a look at what's going on in the Frontier Conference coming up here in just a bit. But those are a look at some of the scores that we have going on for you right now. And we'll continue with our updates from the LaRue Laco Financial Scoreboard throughout the course of the day today. Right now, we're getting ready for the start of second half football between the Vikings and Dickinson State. Valley City State will be kicking the football, so the Blue Hawks will get it back. They scored at the end of the opening half. Now they've got a chance to get the football again, and the Vikings have got to find a way to shut down this 240-yard performing offense in the first half today. For Dickinson State, we'll see what adjustments were made at halftime as Walker Brondos kicks one away to some empty space on the near side of the field, caught by one of the up men for Dickinson State. Jack Hartman was out on special teams, makes the catch of the football at the 35-yard line. And Dickinson State will take over at their own 35, looking at first down and 10. So that's how things will get started here. We'll see if we can't grab a couple of scores from the Frontier Conference of games that are involved right now. See if we can't get some scores in action that we have coming up for today. And we'll do that as we make our way into the later stages of this third quarter. Right now, Dickinson State with the football at the 35. It's Marcus Sanders out of the shotgun, throwing over the middle, ball dropped. It was intended for Cale Gunlock. And again, they go right back to what was working for them in the early going, which was throwing the football over the middle of the football field. That was just something that they had working the right direction the entire time. And they end up with a dropped football to get this one started. Rocky Mountain leading Montana State Northern at the end of a half. That score is currently 21-7 in favor of Rocky Mountain. That game is currently in progress. And let's see, Mayville State at Montana Tech. We'll see if we can get an update. Throw to the far side of the field on second down. Huge hit by Khalil Toney as they throw the ball out to the edge, finding Jackson Wicker. And Khalil Toney just plants Wicker with a clean hit. Wicker will go off to the far sideline, and that will give this Viking crowd a jump. Wicker's down for a 2-yard loss back at the 33. And that'll bring up third down and 12. Montana Tech leading Mayville State by a score of 20-0 with 2:43 to play in the opening quarter. That one going on in Montana today. Third down and 12. Big chance for the Viking defense to try to get off the field on the opening possession of the second half. Sanders dropping back, looking for Samaj Clark. Throws near side of the field. Pass is caught and out of bounds at the 40 will be Kyle Meineke. Meineke hit at the 40-yard line, gain of 5, but the Vikings there quickly to bring him down. And on fourth down, Dickinson State will bring their punt unit out, so a big statement by Valley City State early as they get the opportunity to get their defense off the field. Good run for the Viking defense, though. So those are the scores in progress. Rocky Mountain leading Montana State Northern, Mayville State trailing Montana Tech, Begg, and Butte. And the Vikings here in Dickinson State tied up at 14. Xavier Westbrook on to return a punt for the Vikings. And that punt will come from Ty Nelson. The kick is away for Dickinson State, end over end and short. And the Vikings get a familiar hop out of it at the 35. It'll come out to the 38. And the Viking offense will come onto the field. Well, a chance for Valley City State to establish some positive momentum here in the early going. 14-14 tie between the Vikings and the Blue Hawks. And the Vikings will take over at their own 38-yard line. Couple of scores that involve Jake Deutsch. He's been a go-to guy today for Valley City State. One, a 63-yard catch and run that set the Vikings up inside the 10. They scored later. And then the other, a touchdown catch for Jake Deutsch. He's got 99 yards on 4 grabs today. Joey Cave back out of the shotgun on 1st and 10 from the 38. He'll give and then take it back from Divine Pearson. Cave trying to cut up the middle of the field, took a hit as he goes down at the 40, maybe the 41-yard line, a gain of about 3. Couple of men over there quickly. Shell Osborne coming up with part of the stop. There's another name on the Dickinson State defense that you feel like has just been around for a long, long time. They've had some longevity in their defensive players. Shell Osborne, Nate Gillick, Riley Waters. These are guys that we've said, Wyatt Anderson. I mean, they've had some steadies there. Second down and 7 for the Vikings from the 41-yard line. Pearson to the left of Cave in the backfield. Pearson and Cave, they hook up for play action. Cave wants to throw. Right side, he's got his man. Nick Mears at the far boundary, ahead of the 50, up to the Dickinson State 47. It's a first down for the Vikings. Nick Mears getting open, and Joey Cave has found something, maybe trusting his offensive line a little bit more today to give him some protection. They've been able to give him some protection that he's needed so far here today. And the Vikings have first down and 10 at the 47-yard line on their opening drive of the second half. Joey Cave will get in, waiting out of the pistol once again. Divine Pearson is behind him. Four-man front for Dickinson State. They're showing a fifth and motion by Fall to the near side of the field. Cave in some trouble, rushed up the middle, flag is down. Cave running out to the right side, positive play, scampers down the boundary. He's inside the 35, but most of this coming back, it would appear, as a flag is down at the 50, and the Vikings look to be targeted for holding. Actually, they're going to get Divine Pearson for a chop block, and that's a 15-yard penalty. That one's going to hurt. So Divine Pearson will come off the field out there to pick up a blitzer. Marty Gone will come back into the game for the Vikings, and we've seen a little bit today if there's any tipping of pitches that might be going on for the Viking offense. When Marty Gone comes into the game, the Vikings seem to be using him to pick up a blitzing back. They haven't handed him the football yet today. He does a great job of protecting the quarterback. You wonder if Dickinson State begins to recognize that, however, and know what's going to happen. First and 25 for the Vikings after the mark-off. Mears is in motion from left to right. A look by Cave, stepping up over the middle, throws over the middle. Jake Deutsch has got it. Deutsch trying to put a move on, shakes the feet, makes his way to the Blue Hawk 41-yard line. That'll be a gain of 21 yards. Another big catch for Jake Deutsch, and what you could see as that ball will come to the 42, Joey Cave thought about running up the middle of the football field, and the adjustment the Vikings seem to have made with him this week is that instead of go to your base instincts and running right away, take one more look and see if you can find a receiver. And that time, Jake Deutsch was open on a crossing route. The Vikings found him. First and 10 for the Vikings at the Dickinson State 42, second and 5, my apologies, second and 5 for the Vikings. Four more receivers in the game. Cave stepping up, now he wants to run, found a little crease to work with, dives forward, and made his way to the 38. It'll be a gain of 4. Third down and 1 coming up for the Vikings. Dylan Dahlgren coming up with part of the stop. Wyatt Anderson up there for part as well. Clock to 11.5 to play here in the third quarter. Vikings and Blue Hawks tied on the Rulaco Financial scoreboard at 14 apiece. The Vikings set up for the tush push, and Joey Cave will be escorted by his running backs from behind to the 36-yard line. 2 yards the hard way for the Vikings, and move the sticks for Valley City State. It'll be first and 10 at the Blue Hawk 36. Vikings will change out personnel, and we'll see Trent Finney, the tight end, coming back into the matchup. And we'll also see Divine Pearson coming back in as the running back now to the right of Joey Cave. First down and 10 from the Blue Hawk 36. Dickinson State brings 6 on a blitz. Cave trying to spin away from it, loads up a couple of times and throws downfield incomplete. And now a flag comes out on the near boundary. Well, certainly Dom Sotomayor was in the vicinity, and Cave was well outside the tackles. I'm not sure what they saw here that they could flag. Let's see what the call's going to be. They're going to have an eligible man downfield. Play took some time to develop, and Zach Fall went too far down the field before we saw Joey Cave get rid of the football. So an eligible man will bring the ball back to the 41-yard line. It'll be a loss of 5 for the Vikings. And that'll bring us to first down and 15 for Valley City State at the Dickinson State 41. 4 receivers. Nick Mears factoring more into the football game now as a 4th receiver. He's out there with Xavier Westbrook and Jake Deutsch on the right side of the field, the wide side. Cave waiting shotgun snap on first down and 15. Rolling right side, looking, throwing underneath, back to the ball. Jake Deutsch has got it. A catch at the Dickinson State 30-yard line. And another big pickup for the Vikings after a penalty. An 11-yard pickup for Jake Deutsch. And Deutsch is having a career day right now for Valley City State. He's been a big factor in what's gone on for the Vikings all throughout the course of the day today. Should be his 6th catch, I believe, on the afternoon. and 130 yards for Jake Deutsch as well, including a touchdown and setting up another. 2nd down and 4 for the Vikings after an 11-yard pickup on that play. 4 receivers with 3 to the left. Cave throwing over the middle. Pass caught down to an E. Jake Deutsch again. Another 1st down. He's got it to the Dickinson State 21. This is the Jake Deutsch that we thought we'd see all throughout the course of the year, and it may have taken some time for Joey Cave to get some trust in that offensive line, figure out a little cadence and getting rid of the football, but as he's done it today, Jake Deutsch has been tough to cover. Jake had a big touchdown catch for the Vikings out at Dickinson State earlier this year as well, and those two are beginning to find one another now in the second half after they did so in the first half well. 4 receivers, pair of options each way on 1st and 10. Turn, Pearson, right side stretch play. He'll bust across the 20 and is down to the 19 for a gain of a couple of yards. Wyatt Anderson in on part of that stop, and Dominique Carter active early in the game as a tackling corner. Comes up with another tackle as well for the Blue Hawks, and it'll be 2nd down and 8. Again, we have more Viking athletics coming up on the video side later on today as the Vikings will take on Rocky Mountain in volleyball. We'll have that for you over at Gratian Gymnasium coming up later on tonight. 6 o'clock first serve on that one. 2nd down and 8. Cave again out of the shotgun. Play action, steps back to throw. Has some time in the pocket, throwing near side of the field. He's able to find Owen Quayle. Quayle gets a big block on the right side from Divine Pearson. Steps his way inside the 10. It'll be 1st and goal for the Vikings at the Dickinson State 9. Again, Joey Cave has an open field in front of him. And again, he waits and finds a receiver. This is a little different Joey Cave that we saw in the first half of the season. He's really beginning to measure up as receivers well, and it will be 1st down and goal for the Vikings from the Blue Hawk 9-yard line. Down to 8:20 to play of the 3rd quarter, so the 3rd quarter beginning to evaporate on us. The Vikings and Blue Hawks tied at 14. And Valley City State 1st down and goal in their first second half possession of the day. Marty Gone gets the handoff, spinning out of a tackle, takes on another as he gets to the 6 and is down after a gain of about 3. Gone spun out of one, but couldn't spin out of another coming up, and we'll see a stop for Dickinson State's Jamin Medlock, a defensive back out of Billings, Montana. They're deep in the defensive back part of their game, and they're deep in the linebacker core as well, and we've seen them rotating freely at that position today. 2nd down and goal for the Vikings from the Dickinson State 6. 4 receivers will bunch to the right side, including the tight end, Trent Finney. The lone man near side is Xavier Westbrook. Cave rolling that direction. Gets a block, throws back of the end zone. Pass caught. It's Jake Deutsch waiting for a signal. Touchdown, Valley City State. Another touchdown catch for Jake Deutsch today. This one from 6 yards out. A beautiful drive executed by Joey Cave to get down the field, and the Vikings reclaim the lead at 20-14. Take a look at it again on the replay, and you'll watch here as Joey Cave looks for a snap, is able to find one, just continues to keep his patience and rolls it. You didn't even see Jake Deutsch in the back of the end zone, and that was against some good coverage. Extra point for Walker Brondo. Snaps on the ground. The kick is blocked. Brondo's coming up for the kick, and the snap was low. Mears tried to rescue it, but Dickinson State comes up with a blocked kick, and the Vikings leave a point on the field. But Valley City State regains the lead. It's now the Vikings 20 and the Blue Hawks 14 with 7:24 to play in the 3rd quarter of football here at Lockett Stadium and Dakota Bank Field in beautiful Valley City. We've got a timeout on the field. This is Viking football on the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC, and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Those of you on the radio side, we apologize there for a couple of technical glitches. We were monitoring one of the games in college football, and the audio got through. Thank goodness they knew they were going to be on KOVC and didn't say anything inappropriate. Welcome back to Dakota Bank Field, Locken Stadium here in Valley City. The Vikings leading Dickinson State by a score of 20-14 on another touchdown catch for Jake Deutsch, who is having an absolutely masterful day today. 8 catches for 145 yards for Jake Deutsch, and Joey Cave after that drive, now 14 of 17 today for 198 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he was just brilliant on that possession. Didn't take off and run with the football, waited for receivers to open up, did a wonderful job of allowing his backs down the field to find a way to get open, and the Vikings come out with the first points of the third quarter. Now Walker Brondos will kick it away for Valley City State. End-over-end kick, it'll be taken by Jackson Wicker at around the 7-yard line. Wicker trying to send out far side, kind of broke through the first wave of tacklers and is down ahead of the 25 to around the 27-yard line. And a flag comes in, and I'm not sure if the Vikings believe this will go against Dickinson State or not. Gavin Gerhardt had a bit of a bell ring on the end of that play, or was that Fonfilofano? Looks like that may have been Fonfilofano that was hit on the end of that play, but a flag comes out on the far sideline. And we'll wait to see what this is going to be about.
After play, personal foul on return team number 47.
Yeah, they're going to call a personal foul penalty against Dickinson State's number 47. That's Brett Stenhoft, or rather Stentoft, apologies, junior out of Freud, Montana. And that's going to cost Dickinson State. That'll be a half the distance to the goal penalty for the Blue Hawks. So it'll move back to the Blue Hawk 13-yard line, where it'll be first down and 10 for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks from their own 13, trailing by a score of 20-14 to the Vikings. Sanders throwing near side of the field. Pass is caught again, and out to around the 23 for Dickinson State comes Adrian Calderon. Calderon, 26 catches, 346 yards on the season, a touchdown. Maybe hasn't factored into the offense as much as he would like to, but that's an 11-yard pickup for Adrian Calderon. And again, the Blue Hawks just really taking everything underneath that the Vikings surrender defensively today. It's been a bend but don't break type of defensive effort from the Vikings today. And Dickinson State trying to make them bend. First down and 10. Sanders out of the shotgun. Simonson taken on to the point of attack. Broke a tackle. Broke another. Ahead of the 25 to the 28-yard line before Simonson goes down. He's taken on by James Don right away. And also Ashton Ricchino. And, you know, when the Vikings went to Eastern Oregon, what Coach McCullik told his defense that day is that that was one of the more complete tackling efforts that they've had in a long time. But we've seen that effort from the Vikings up and down a little bit so far this season. And today, there have been a couple of big broken tackles by Dickinson State. Both have led to the touchdowns they have on the board right now. Sanders, second down and 6. A quick throw over the middle of the field. Pass is caught, and it'll be caught by Jackson Wicker, who's up at around the 33, and maybe the 34 and forward progress, and they're going to say that's enough for a first down for Dickinson State. So Wicker comes up with another catch, and Sanders not wasting any time. One of the adjustments the Blue Hawks seem to have made in the locker room, the Viking defense was putting some pressure on Marcus Sanders on the regular. Some blitzes out of the linebacker core, and it seems like they want Sanders getting rid of the football a little bit faster. First down and 10. Sanders dropping back, has some time, loads up once, rolls left, loads up again, throws to the boundary, and it's incomplete. Intended on the far side of the field for Gage Gilbert, the big tight end. Aiden Russell had him on coverage, and Sanders took a hit on the end of that play as well. Apparently is okay, but he seems to be a little wobbly, favoring a leg. He went down with an injury earlier today, and he's got a brace on his left knee right now, and he is not okay. You can see that from the way he's moving around the field right now. He's hobbled. 2nd down and 10. The ball for the Blue Hawks at their own 34. Sanders takes a knee-high snap. Vikings put some pressure on. Sanders throws. Oh, huge hit over the middle of the field. Pass is incomplete. Here comes a flag. They're going to get Gavin Gerhardt. Gerhardt steps in with a big hit where he knocked the ball free from the intended target, Jackson Wicker. But a flag comes in from the secondary, and Gavin Gerhardt says he led with his shoulder, and he absolutely did. And the Vikings are going to be livid if that's a targeting call. The head was there, but so was the shoulder, and Gavin Gerhardt was patting at his left shoulder to say that he led with it, and targeting has been an up-and-down affair this season. Let's see what the call is going to be. They've called Gavin Gerhardt for targeting, and they'll review the play, obviously, but a few weeks ago against Rocky Mountain, a targeting call was ruled against Rocky Mountain College, and it was overturned. And we've seen a couple of those overturned this season. And it seems like right after that, the officials have been much more quick to rule targeting on these plays. And I would guess that based on some communication that goes out, the officials are told to start calling that and being intense with it. That looked like a pretty clean hit from Gavin Gerhardt, and it may cost him the football game. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as we continue along with Viking football on the voice of the Vikings and the voice of the Valley.
This is 1490 KOVC AM Valley City and 96.3 K242CZ Valley City.
The voice of the Valley.
Well, the targeting call that was ruled when a Viking was hit was overturned. And ever since then, there's been this situation going on here at Locken Stadium where basically the booth reviews do not go the way of Valley City State. And Gavin Gerhardt is your leading tackler, one of your more, if not your most, physical guy, certainly the most physical guy in the secondary, and one of your most physical guys in the game, period. And right now, his game is on the line as he's been called for targeting on a play that looked like it was a good, clean hit with the shoulder, where the head was there as well, but leading with the head and leading with the shoulder are two different things. Targeting calls are automatically reviewed, but the review seems to be over, and we'll hear from our referee as to what the final verdict on this one is going to be. And Gavin Gerhardt's still on the field, so I wonder if that means that the Vikings believe this will be overturned because Gerhardt's going back out onto the field in his position as a defensive back.
After review, the ruling on the field is overturned. There is no targeting.
It is an overturned call. I think they got that one right. And the Viking crowd, who's been here game after game, would have been absolutely incensed if that one would have stayed put. We've got to kind of get a handle on targeting. I don't mind if you throw it and then you go in and overturn it that way, but you've got to get some consistency on that call. So here comes 3rd down and 10. The pass is incomplete. It's 3rd down and 10, and the Blue Hawks run a reverse up the middle of the football field. This will end up being Jackson Wicker carrying the football, and he may have enough for a first down. A spot seems to have him short on the far side of the field, right around the 43 of Dickinson State. They needed the 44, and he's going to be short by a yard, and Dickinson State is not indicating that they're going to punt the football. So this is going to be a huge 4th down play. 4th down and 1 for Dickinson State from their own 43. And now we'll have some whistles and an official's timeout. And let's see what this is going to be about. There's no good reason to have an official's timeout at this point. I couldn't tell you what this is about at all. It seems like they were counting up Dickinson State players to see if they had enough, and that gave the Blue Hawks time to substitute. Okay. Something's not right in the way this one's going down. 4th down, less than a yard. Marcus Sanders out of the shotgun with a broken eye next to him. He'll take the snap. They give to Ty Dossinger. Dossinger has the first down. Gavin Gerhardt will bring him down as he makes it out to the 48, but that's enough for a first down for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks getting a couple of breaks today, and Yeah, there's some conference politics that comes into that. First down and 10 for the Blue Hawks from their own 48-yard line. 4:15 to play here in the third quarter. Vikings leading 20-14 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Marcus Sanders out of the shotgun. 3 receivers. He'll give away to Ty Dossinger, stretch play. He cuts over the middle and is crunched. Back at the 47-yard line for no gain. Aiden Russell was there. Ashton Rakino. They each come up with the stop for the Vikings. It'll be a loss of a yard for the Blue Hawks, and it's second down and 11. It's a big drive for Dickinson State, trying to answer the challenge. The Vikings score on their first possession of the third quarter to regain the lead, but left a point on the field when an extra point was blocked. That could turn out to be a big factor in the game today. Second down, 11. Sanders out of the shotgun. Rolling left, has good time, throws in the flat. Gilbert's got it. He's closed upon, trying to break a tackle. The Vikings rally to him, and Gilbert's down right around midfield. Ends up being about 5 different Cardinal shirts out there, led by Khalil Toney, who's not going to win the physical battle with Gage Gilbert too often. Gage Gilbert is a load. If you're wondering why he can break tackles, 6'6" and 250 pounds. Khalil Toney's 5'11", 153. You don't even see it from here, but there's 100 pounds of size difference between those two, and that's because, in part, Gage Gilbert is a very athletic 250 pounds. Third down and 9 for Dickinson State from their own 49. Sanders out of the shotgun, 3 receivers to his right. The Vikings bringing 4. Throw underneath. Dossinger's got it. He's corralled, stepped out of another tackle, and is knocked down at the Viking 44. It'll be a gain of about 7, and here comes fourth down and 2 for Dickinson State. The Vikings have got to find a way to tackle better than they've done here today. It has been a subpar part of the game for the Vikings. Fourth down and 2. Sanders, hard count. Vikings don't jump. It's at the 44 of Valley City State. Fourth down and 2. A look to the sideline by Sanders. Clock moving at 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go now in the third. The Blue Hawks were on their way off. Now they've got men moving, and a timeout's going to be taken by Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks call for timeout. They did not know what they were going to do next. So the Blue Hawks will call for timeout. 2 minutes to play third quarter. The Vikings leading 20-14. The Blue Hawks looking 4th and 2 from the Viking 44. We'll continue in a couple of moments here on Viking football. Stay with us.
Experience the thrill. Feel the passion. And join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does.
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to Viking football. Dickinson State with the football, the Viking 44. Valley City State leading 20-14 on a banner day for Jake Deutsch and Joey Cave today. Jake Deutsch with 8 catches, 145 yards, a pair of scores. Joey Cave, 14 of 17 for 198. Marcus Sanders is going to have a tired arm at the end of the day for the Blue Hawks. 26 of 37, 235 yards. He's thrown the ball a ton. And the Vikings scoring the only points thus far in the second half. They lead 20-14. Dickinson State looking at 4th and 2 from the Viking 44, and the Blue Hawks call for timeout to consider their options. So on 4th down and 2, Dickinson State from the Viking 44 will leave their offense on the field. New tight end comes into the game, Caden Hooley, junior out of Trenton, North Dakota. 3 receivers left, 4th down and 2. Sanders will empty the backfield. Simonson motions out to the left. A look that way by Sanders. Throws over the middle. Pass caught at the 40-yard line, and it's enough for a Dickinson State first down. It's Jackson Wicker again. Correction, Samaj Clark comes up with a catch. One of the shorter routes you'll see Samaj Clark run, but the Blue Hawks just put a lot of traffic out there in the same spot, and Clark was able to get his hands on the football. 4-yard pickup, 5 rather, for Dickinson State. And it's 1st and 10. That Blue Hawk drive will continue from the Viking 39. Single receiver each way. Simonson to the right of Sanders in the backfield on 1st down and 10 at the Viking 39. Simonson, play action. Sanders dropping back, throwing downfield. A flag is down. Gilbert's got it. He's into the end zone for a Dickinson State touchdown. There's a flag down, and Mosiah Rogers-Tavau, 2 flags down. Tavau seems to think it's going to be against Dickinson State, but the Blue Hawks are reacting as against the Vikings. And it's going to be a defensive holding penalty against Valley City State, and the Blue Hawks have tied the football game with a convert pending. Well, you take a look at it again, slow developing play here, and Sanders with plenty of time, and Gilbert just getting open, and he ends up matched up on the far side of the field in a mismatch for the Vikings, where Gilbert's going to get plenty of distance and some extra speed as well to get open, and Quinn Culpin comes on for the extra point to try to deliver the lead back for Dickinson State. Kick is on its way. It looks plenty good, and it is. And the Blue Hawks will take a 21-20 lead over Valley City State with 1:16 left to go here in the third quarter. We have a timeout on the field. 21-20, the Blue Hawks by a single over the Vikings here at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. And this is our coverage of Viking football on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. We're back with more next.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Dickinson State puts points on the board, and that extra point missed by the Vikings is the difference in the game right now as the Blue Hawks take a 21-20 lead over Valley City State. Welcome back to our coverage of Viking football this afternoon. Take a look at some scores that are currently in progress out there as well while we have the chance on the LaRue Laco Financial Scoreboard. Rocky Mountain has widened its lead to 28-7 over Montana State Northern early third quarter in that matchup. And also in progress today out in Butte, Montana Tech, top-ranked team out of the East, is routing Mayville State. That game is 34-0, and there's still half of the second quarter left to go, and Montana Tech is as good, apparently, as their ranking. Ground ball kick, Xavier Westbrook from the 11-yard line for Valley City State in the kickoff return, and Westbrook hit hard as he gets to the 30 and turned around. Pops up, and the Vikings will take over offensively near their own 30. 1:12 left to go in the third quarter. Not the best of crowds today with the weather conditions out there, but we still have a pretty good following that's come out here today for the Vikings. The weather conditions notwithstanding, it's a cold, windy day down there, to say the least. Not the creature comforts that you might be looking for, but the hardy are out here today. 1st and 10 for the Vikings, their own 30-yard line. They trail by a score of 21-20. 3 receivers, Twins left. Joey Cave will start Xavier Westbrook in motion from left to right. Cave waiting for the snap, gives to Divine Pearson, looking for a hole to pick through. Pearson charges out towards the 35 and will gain the 36. Be a gain of 6 yards for Divine Pearson. 2nd down and 4. New personnel coming out there on the defensive line for Dickinson State, trying to keep their depth going. Mace Stuber, sophomore out of Bowman, North Dakota, coming up with part of the stop there. We also see Ben Glasscock, had it right the first time. Ben Glasscock, defensive end out of Miles City, Montana on the stop. 2nd down and 4 for the Vikings from their own 31. Joey Cave, keeper, trying to turn it up on the near hash mark. Boy, he puts a hit in, makes his way out to the 40-yard line, and then has a little something to say on the back end of that with Jack Hartman, who he hit. But Joey Cave goes out and earns the first down on a 4-yard pickup for Valley City State. The Vikings have a first down. And that will likely be the final snap of the third quarter of football. We've got one more quarter of football here in Valley City this year. The final home game for Valley City State, and we'll see if on senior day the Vikings can rise to the occasion in the fourth quarter to try to come out on top of Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks will lead by 1 as we go to the fourth quarter of football. Your score from Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field is the Vikings trailing 21-20 to Dickinson State. The fourth quarter of football is on the way next. This is VCSU Viking football on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and on newsdakota.com. And the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Well, join us again as we go back over to Gratian Gym on the video side of things today. Search out VCSU Athletics on YouTube or go to newsdakota.com. The Vikings and Rocky Mountain set to do battle coming up later on this evening. 6 o'clock first serve in that Frontier Conference volleyball matchup tonight. First down and 10 for the Vikings from their own 40. And the Vikings trailing 21-20 to start the fourth quarter. Xavier Westbrook jet sweep. Westbrook breaking a tackle, sprints his way out to the 48-yard line. Westbrook shaken up a little bit, but apparently is okay. He'll pick up 8 yards on the jet sweep. And it's second down and 2 for the Vikings. Good flow out to the near side. It's tough to catch Xavier Westbrook. Nate Gillick out there as part of the stop. We haven't said his name a lot today. And Rustin Mendenwald there on part of the stop as well for the Blue Hawks. And Mendenwald's going to go out on coverage here, and he is listed as a corner. Has played a lot of what looks like a linebacker spot today. On second down and 2, Joey Cave pointing to a spot to the left side of the football field. He'll take the snap out of the gun, calling his own number up the middle of the football field. He's got a hole to work with, puts a move on, then busts outside the numbers, breaks another tackle. He's at the 40, the 35, and steps out of bounds at the Dickinson State 32-yard line. Joey Cave trying to will his team on here today. He makes his way down to the 32. Joey was one of the seniors that was acknowledged here today. Now by eligibility, he's a junior as he comes in, but obviously when you get into that situation where at times you don't know if you're just going to go ahead and graduate if you're a senior. They've got him listed as a junior on the lineup, but some of these guys playing their final games today, and I failed to acknowledge them because, again, by eligibility on the roster, they're not listed as that. But first down and 10, high snap to Cave, but he's got it. Looking over the middle of the field, loaded up once to throw. Now loads again, throws it underneath, pass incomplete. Trying to stretch it out with Jake Deutsch. Xavier Westbrook was open in the flat. And Xavier coming back saying, hey, look for me as well. Deutsch was there, has the big day today, but the ball underthrown. And it's second down and 10 for the Vikings. 13:40 to play fourth quarter. The Vikings trailing by a score of 21-20. On the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Wins have been rare over Dickinson State over the past decade or so for anybody that's been in the North Star. The Vikings trying for one of those today, trailing by 1 as we start the fourth quarter. Marty Gone is back in as the running back. He'll get the football, looks up the middle of the field, took a hit as he crossed the 30, makes his way to the 29 for a gain of 3. Another tackle from Dylan Dahlgren up there for Dickinson State. And it's third down and 7 for the Vikings. Again, the final quarter of football here in Valley City this season. They'll take a bye week next week and then play at Montana State Northern and Montana Tech to finish up their season. Meanwhile, Dickinson State, after today, finishes their season at home. And I believe they've got Montana Tech left on the schedule as well. That'll be a pretty big day in Dickinson. Third down and 7. Joey Cave fakes a screen pass, trying to release Westbrook near side of the field. Westbrook comes back to the football, had it pulled out of his hands. Nate Gillick takes it away, and we're waiting for an indication. It's Blue Hawk football. Westbrook had it in his grasp and couldn't pull it in, and Nate Gillick, who we said has been making plays for Dickinson football teams for a long time, comes up with a takeaway, stripping the ball out of Westbrook's hands as they tumble to the field, and the Blue Hawks will have first and 10 at their own 7-yard line. Another promising drive for the Vikings. They were moving the ball just fine, but boy, that you can't really fault Joey Cave on that. Maybe a little underthrown. You can't fault Xavier Westbrook sometimes There's just a really good player that makes a really good football play. And in that situation, Nate Gillick made a really good football play. First down and 10. Dickinson State from their own 7. Dossinger up the middle of the field. Corralled as he gets to the 7. Plunges perhaps to the 12, a gain of 5. We'll see Mosiah Rogers-Tavau making the stop for the Vikings. Some more help up front for the Vikings from Savili Hypo Castillo-Laval. And second down and 5 for the Blue Hawks. We'll see how Dickinson State plays this. Obviously, nothing's for certain at this point. 21-20, Dickinson State leading. Very likely play it like it's a tie ball game at this point. Sanders out of the shotgun. Dossinger again. He's found some elusiveness to work with today and has been hard to tackle. He crosses the 15, gets out to the 18-yard line before Gavin Gerhardt brings him down. But that should be enough for a Dickinson State first down, a gain of 11 for Ty Dossinger. It's now 41-0 out in Butte, Montana. Montana Tech leading Mayville State 41-0. There's still time left to go in the second quarter of that football game. So that gives you an idea of where that thing is at today. Ty Dossinger, they've got him for 21 yards on the ground today. I'm not sure if that number is updated. But it's first down and 10 for Dickinson State at their own 18. 3 receivers strung to the right. Sanders looking underneath. Pressure on him. He'll go down. Quarterback sack. Back inside the 10. He's spun down to the 9. Tequez Chapman coming up with the final hit after Aiden Russell once more put some pressure off that right edge. And Sanders a little sluggish to get up. He'll get up back at the 10-yard line. It's a loss of 8 yards. And that'll bring up second down and 18 for Dickinson State at the 10-yard line. Big quarterback sack for the Vikings, trying to gain some defensive momentum. Sanders out of the shotgun, this time rolling to the right, throws underneath, pass caught. On the far edge, it's Adrian Calderon. He'll step out of bounds ahead of the 15, near the 18-yard line. He'll get the loss back, and it's third down and 10, and this will be a big third down play. Clock will tick inside of 11 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Third down and 10, Dickinson State with the football at their own 18-yard line, leading by 1. The Viking defense needs a stop. Sanders out of the shotgun, dropping back. The Vikings bring a late bit. Sanders is hit as he throws the football, and the pass, I believe, is incomplete. Intended far sideline for Gilbert. Gilbert took a hit from James Don as he was receiving the football, ends up dropping it, and Dickinson State will have to punt. The Viking defense comes out and does its job. They get pressure again on Gage Gilbert. On the edge, they get pressure on the quarterback, Marcus Sanders. And if Gilbert catches the football, it's not going to be enough for a first down. An important punt here. The Vikings could get very good field position. Ty Nelson waiting to kick it. The deep man, Gavin Gerhardt, is back at the Viking 47. Kick away, line drive, and a fair catch is called for right at the 50-yard line by Gavin Gerhardt. So the Vikings will have a short porch to work with. Valley City State trailing 21-20 with 10:35 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Final home game of the year for the Vikings and game number 8 of the season. The Vikings at 4-3, trying to even up the season series with Dickinson State after losing 30-15 at Dickinson back in week 0. Technically week 1 for the Vikings, but the early games that were played in some places around the country. First down and 10 for the Vikings at the 50-yard line. Joey Cave out of the pistol. He's got a man, Divine Pierce, in the backfield with him. Cave to throw, looking right side. Jake Deutsch is wide open, and he overshot him. By just a step, Jake Deutsch was open, got a step on double coverage. Dominique Carter was the corner, and Ryan Rott was the safety on that edge, and Deutsch got a step on both of them, and Cave just overshot Jake Deutsch trying to go down the sideline. Second down and 10. Clock will halt on the incompletion with 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter. 4 receivers, 3 to the left-hand side of the field. Deutsch again, near side, likely going to be double covered a second time. Ground ball snap. Cave picks it up off the ground, takes off, looking to throw, now going to run with it. He'll get what he can. Steps ahead to the 40 of Dickinson State and is out of bounds there, and that may be enough for a first down. They're eyeballing it in, and they will say that's enough. Joey Cave picks up a ground ball snap, rumbles forward and picks up 10 yards with it, and has a first down for the Vikings. Viking band steps in, finishes off the VCSU fight song to celebrate the first down. And the Vikings taking a look to a sideline for the play. There's 15 on the play clock here as they get ready. First down and 10 for the Vikings. 4 receivers again, 3 left. Divine Pearson's in the backfield with Joey Cave. Clock's at 6 to snap the ball. Down to 3, down to 2. And the snap is taken by Cave. Flushed, in some trouble. He gets down, back at the 40. Gets back to the line of scrimmage perhaps, but nothing more than that. Pressure coming from Dickinson State's Lewin Rundy, defensive lineman senior out of Germany. Helstenbeck, Germany is where Rundy comes from. And knowing the western part of North Dakota, if you're from Germany, probably still find some people there that can speak to you in your first language. Obviously good German country out there, except for north of Dickinson where they've got that, I believe it's Czech or Bohemian with New Raditz. Been there a couple of times. Beautiful church up there. Second down and 10. Divine Pearson stretch play outside the numbers. Down the sideline 30. He's hit as he gets to the 25. It'll be a first down for the Vikings. Pickup of 15 yards for Divine Pearson on the stretch play. Pearson hasn't had a break-off run as of yet today, but he's found a handful of those holes to work with. That should put him out to about 36 yards on the day rushing the football. And it's first and 10 for the Vikings at the Dickinson State 25-yard line. 8:50 to play and counting. 21-20. Dickinson State leading Valley City State by 1. A missed extra point, the difference in the game thus far. First down and 10 for the Vikings at the Dickinson State 25. Cave turning, looking, going to throw to the far corner of the end zone. Jake Deutsch, actually Dom Sotomayor pulled down. There is no flag, and there's absolutely no way that there can't be one. The Viking crowd is incensed, and they should be. Watch this play, and you'll see the contact. They may be ruling this uncatchable. I won't agree with this at all. You're going to see the contact right here where they pulled down Dom Sotomayor, and there's absolutely no call, and that's unbelievable. Second down and 10. Ball at the 25-yard line of Dickinson State. Vikings will feel a little bitter about that one, and perhaps they should. Trent Finney motions from right to left across the line. Cave taking a look, rolling back far side, going to throw to the back of the end zone again, and underneath on this one, too strong for Xavier Westbrook. So now it's third down and 10. Got to have this drive if you're Valley City State. You could take the lead on a field goal. Right now, about a 42-yarder. That'll test Walker Brondos with this crosswind today. You pick up about half of it, you think you give yourself a pretty good chance. Down by a single at 21-20. They've got the clock stopped for some reason up there as well now. So here comes third down and 10 for Valley City State. I'm not sure why the clock stopped. The game clock stopped there. Cave dropping back, throwing underneath. Xavier Westbrook making a turn, turns back over the interior of the field, but he's down at the 19-yard line. He'll be short of the first down by perhaps 3. And so here comes fourth down for Valley City State. And we'll see what the Vikings do with the ball at the 19-yard line. And out comes Walker Brondos to try to give the Vikings the lead. You're looking at 36 yards with a stiff crosswind out of the south, and the Vikings missed an extra point on their last touchdown. This will be a tricky distance with this crosswind. Out of the hold of Nick Mears, Walker Brondos, the left-footed kicker. Trying to give the Vikings the lead halfway through the fourth quarter. Snap's a good one, the hold is down. Brondos has the leg, and he got it. Walker Brondos, 36-yard field goal for Valley City State, puts the Vikings back on top. 23-21 with 7:36 left to go in the fourth quarter. We have a timeout. You're listening to Viking football on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. The voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC. We're back with more in a couple of moments.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to Viking football. A 36-yard field goal kick for Walker Brondos puts the Vikings on top by a score of 23-21. A 2-point lead over Dickinson State with 7:36 to play in the fourth quarter. The Viking defense answered the challenge from Dickinson State on the Blue Hawks' previous possession. And now the Vikings will see if they can get another stop here against the Blue Hawks to try to take a big step in the football game. Big matchup here today. The Vikings trying to even up their record, actually stay above 500 after a really tough defeat last week at the hands of Dakota State, where you heard Coach McCullik in the pregame report. Those of you that were with us, you heard it. If you weren't with us, the snowball word was used. And obviously when a handful of things go wrong, end up dropping a game 40-7, you come back home and you wonder what kind of confidence you're going to have. But today, Joey Cave has been masterful. And the Vikings have found a way here and there to find what they need to kind of stay at least ahead of the momentum game. Kick away from Walker Brondos, and this will be fair caught by Jackson Wicker. Dickinson State will bring it out to the 25-yard line. Numbers right now, Joey Cave throwing the football today. Well, they have him at 8 of 11 for 130. That's got to be a step backward. Let's see if we can't refresh the numbers. Maybe they revised something. I thought those were his halftime numbers for Joey Cave. Yeah, we haven't seen anything new come in on the stats since halftime. So what we're left with is just the halftime numbers. Apologies for that. First down and 10 for Dickinson State from the 25-yard line. Marcus Sanders will take the snap out of the shotgun. Looking near side, he throws the football. Samaj Clark steps out of bounds right around the 26, maybe a gain of 1. James Don comes out and confronts Samaj Clark. He's the big play guy. Samaj Clark has the ability to completely change the complexity of this game in one fell swoop. And he had a big touchdown catch against the Vikings in their matchup out in Dickinson. Second down and 10. They'll say no gain. Spot the football right at the 25-yard line. Sanders again out of the shotgun. Throwing right side. Gilbert underneath again. Head down, looking forward. Makes his way out to the 31, and here comes a huge play. 6-yard pickup for Gage Gilbert, the 250-pound tight end. You watch Gilbert move around, the way he runs routes, catches the football. You just have no idea that he's 250 pounds, but you learn that when he makes contact with you. Third down and 4 for Dickinson State. Huge play in the football game with the Vikings leading by a score of 23-21. Dickinson State at their own 31-yard line. The Vikings looking to get the football back. 6:45 to play fourth quarter. Marcus Sanders takes the snap. The Vikings blitz, it's picked up. Sanders over the middle, nearly picked off. It's incomplete. He was looking for Adrian Calderon over the middle. Too high for Calderon. When that ball is overshot over the middle, there's a lot of opportunities to pick a football away, but the break on the ball brought Gavin Gerhardt out of position and ends up going over his hands as well. But the Vikings get a stop. Dickinson State brings the punt team onto the field. And now the Vikings will have a big opportunity. 6:37 to go. They get the football with a chance to go down and try to score once more. Kick away. End over end short. The Vikings want nothing to do with returning it. In fact, it was shanked and pushed out of bounds right around the Viking 50. We'll see where they spot the football here. I shouldn't say the Viking 50, but midfield. And it looks like they'll step it back. Now they're going to walk it forward, and they'll put it down at the Dickinson State 48-yard line. So the Vikings with a short field in front of them. A touchdown and extra point makes this a two-score game. 6:32 to go in the fourth quarter. Valley City State leading 23-21 over Dickinson State. And if they can put one in the house and knock the extra point through, huge opportunity for the Vikings. A quad of wide receivers left. Joey Cave, his own number on first down, hit and dropped right around the line of scrimmage. That did not fool anybody up on the defensive line for Dickinson State. More depth up there. Brandon Rott, junior out of Townsend, Montana, makes the first contact with Joey Cave, and it will bring up second down and 10 for the Vikings at the Blue Hawk 48-yard line. The Vikings will not hurry here. 6 minutes to go as the clock will run inside of the 6-minute mark on this play. Play clock's at 14 as the game clock hits 6. Dickinson State with 2 timeouts to work with. Cave onto the shotgun on second down and 10. A blitz coming. Cave gives it to Divine Pearson. And Pearson breaking out of the pack in the backfield. Ends up driving forward ahead of the 45. Near the 43 for Divine Pearson. It'll be a gain of 6. And it's 3rd down and 4 for Valley City State and a big 3rd down play. 3rd down and 4 coming up for the Vikings. The ball at the Dickinson State 42-yard line. I may have said 36, my apologies. Ball at the 42. Play clock at 15 seconds. Jake Deutsch coming over to the sideline. He'll now move to the far edge and team with Xavier Westbrook and Dom Sotomayor. 3 receivers strung left. Play clock at 5 and whistles. The Vikings may have called for timeout. The Vikings didn't have the personnel group they wanted. They'll call for timeout. We'll take one as well. 5:09 left to go, 4th quarter. Valley City State 23, Dickinson State 21. This is Viking football.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Timeout taken by Valley City State to make sure they've got the right group on the field. Looking at 3rd down and 4 from the Dickinson State 42-yard line. The Vikings leading by a score of 23-21 after a Walker Brondos 36-yard field goal on the previous possession. The Vikings gain a stop, and now on 3rd down and 4 trying to continue their possession inside Blue Hawk territory. Joey Cave out of the shotgun for the Vikings. 4 receivers and a tight end out of a stance. It's Cave on a jet sweep. He's in all kinds of trouble. Reverses his field. Coming back near side. Broke a tackle. Turns outside the numbers and will be horse collar tackled on the near side of the field. That's going to elicit a Dickinson State penalty. Braden Rott coming over to try to grab Joey Cave as Cave broke outside the numbers, and Rott got a hold of his jersey inside the collar from behind, and that'll be a flag. It's a horse collar tackle penalty against Braden Rott. 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down coming up for the Vikings, as that will bring the ball down to the Dickinson State 27-yard line. Fresh set of downs for the Vikings. It moves them forward and puts them back in striking distance. And, you know, at some point, if that's the way that you're going to catch Joey Cave, you got to do what you can do. But credit Joey Cave for breaking a tackle from behind and giving himself a chance to run the football out to the edge. 3 receivers. Marty Gone is in the game as the running back on 1st and 10 for the Vikings at the 27 at Dickinson. Throw to the right side. Trent Finney, the big tight end, sprints ahead of the 20, spins out of bounds around the 17-yard line. Taken out of bounds by Dickinson State's Kyler Hallock, a linebacker out of Glasgow, Montana, but Finney picks up 9 yards on the play. And it's 2nd down and 1 for the Vikings with 4.5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. The Vikings leading 23-21 on the LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard. Time a factor for Dickinson State. The Vikings with a touchdown, an extra point, make it a 2-score game, and the clock will be down to near 4 minutes as this ball is snapped. 3 receivers, twins to the right. Lone man Dom Sotomayor to the left, motion and clock down to 2. Cave gets it, gives to Marty Gone. Gone driving forward, makes his way down to the 15. They did set up a first down, it would appear, on the end of that last play, so they ruled that it was enough for a first down on the catch by Trent Finney. So that'll make it 2nd down and 8 from the 15. They had originally spotted him short of the yards to gain, but they give to Marty Gone, and Gone will take it to the 15. It's 2nd down. 2nd down and 8 for the Vikings. Clock to 3:35 to go. Time again a factor here for Dickinson State, and it's hard to know if you're the coaching staff for the Blue Hawks, how to manage those timeouts because you don't know how this drive is going to end. Joey Cave waiting for a shotgun snap. He'll give to Gone on a counter. Gone trying to sidestep a defender, then broke some tackles, drives his way inside the 10. He's down to around the 9, and it will be 3rd down and 1, and now Dickinson State will call for timeout. So the Blue Hawks have to call for a stoppage. The Vikings will face 3rd down and 1 with 3:10 left to go in the football game. Another first down gives them another crack at the end zone. A field goal does not put the game away. It's a 2-point ball game right now. 23-21, the Vikings on top. We've got more Viking football coming up next. Stay with us.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt, or visit us online at rambo.com.
Timeout taken by Dickinson State. 1 left to use for the Blue Hawks. 3:13 left to go in the football game. The 2-minute timeout is also part of that, so the Blue Hawks have a timeout plus the 2-minute timeout. The Vikings, with a touchdown and an extra point, make it a 9-point game. They lead 23-21 over Dickinson State. A touchdown and an extra point likely ends it. 3rd down and 2 from the Dickinson State 9-yard line. Joey Cave waiting for a shotgun snap. He'll motion Finney across the formation from right to left. Joey Cave's own number, getting low, drives his way to the 7. It may be enough for a first down. Let's see. They've got 4th down on the down marker right now. The Vikings think they got a first down. They're eyeballing it in, and they have not given the Vikings a first down yet. So the Vikings will keep the offense on the field. It's 4th down from the 7. Joey Cave trying to get a push. And a spot's going to have him near the 6, and that may be enough for a first down for the Vikings. Let's see as they unpile it what's going to happen. Clock moving, 2:35 to go. The Vikings picked up a first down. Joey Cave inside the 6-yard line picks up a first down for the Vikings. It'll be 1st down and goal for Valley City State. The Vikings can take the clock down near the 2-minute timeout in this situation. Right now, the play clock at 16 with the game clock at 2:20. The Vikings still struggling to get their personnel on the field, though, and looking for a play call. 23-21, the Vikings by 2. 5 seconds left to go on the play clock. Cave takes the snap. Divine Pearson, right side end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State. Divine Pearson gets into the end zone and scores, and the Vikings will take a 29-21 lead with 2:03 left to go in the football game. There are 2 Vikings down on the field with injury on the play as well. Let's take a look at that again on our VCSU replay, and you're going to see Divine Pearson out of the pistol. Joey Cave just finding Pearson. He found a wide open alley, nearly untouched, into the end zone for Valley City State, and the Vikings will take a 29-21 advantage. There are 2 Vikings down on the field, though, at the end of the play. 2 linemen for Valley City State that are down on the field. And so the touchdown for the moment has a little bit of a stoppage in the excitement for the Viking crowd as the Vikings watch as a couple of their offensive linemen are down. One will come back up gingerly, the other still down. It's going to be Trent Finney, the tight end for the Vikings. And Trent has dealt with some injury issues throughout his Viking career, and yet somehow has gutted it out each and every week. I don't know that he's ever really been 100% healthy the last couple of years that we've seen him. And the Vikings have another offensive lineman down as well, just trying to pencil in who it might be. See Zach Fall out there. Don't see Taylor Jones. We see a couple of replacement linemen in for the Vikings right now also. Caden Olson, a freshman out of North Pole, Alaska, is on the field. In fact, I see Zach Fall, and that may be the only starter on the offensive line that I see on the field right now. Now, part of this is because the Vikings are getting ready to kick an extra point. And they're going to ask for a couple of Valley City State lineman to come over and assist. I believe that's Tommy Cox that's injured. Tommy Cox will come off, senior out of El Paso, Texas. And with 2:03 to go in the football game, this could be the game for Valley City State. This could be the play that cinches the victory for the Vikings. It's an extra point opportunity for Walker Brondos to make it a 2-score game with 2 minutes and 3 seconds left to go. The Blue Hawks have 1 timeout and the 2-minute timeout left, but if Brondos hits this, the Vikings are up 2 possessions with a 9-point margin. Out of the hold of Nick Mears, 1 good long snap. It was behind Mears and it's blocked. The ball's on the ground. It's picked up by Joey Antonucci. He lost the football. It's picked up again by the Vikings and rumbled down to the goal line, and Dickinson State breathes life. Boy, oh boy. You kill a mosquito with an axe if you can, because you don't want anything left behind. Dickinson State's within 8 as the Vikings have a second extra point blocked today. 29-21, Valley City State by 8. They'll need one more defensive stop. We'll come back with more Viking football next.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Well, it's a 8-point ball game. The Vikings with a 29-21 lead over Dickinson State here this afternoon. Valley City State with an opportunity to perhaps ice the game with an extra point opportunity, but the second of those today that is blocked. And Walker Brondos now has to come up with a big kick to try to prevent a return from Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks will send back Jackson Wicker and Adrian Calderon as their return men. Kick is away, and Wicker will take this from the 9-yard line. Looking at a middle return, and ends up slipping through the first wave, drives his way out to the 30, and is brought down there. So Dickinson State will have it at the 30-yard line. Javon Endeman, a junior linebacker out of Hawaii, comes up with a stop. And this will be the 2-minute timeout with 1 minute and 59 seconds left to go in the football game. Dickinson State has 1 timeout left to use. The last time we were in this position, Dickinson State went in for a touchdown at the end of the opening half from the 25 as the Vikings played some soft coverage. And the Blue Hawks on this possession will very likely look to put the ball in the hands of Samaj Clark, who's had a nice day so far today. We may have some updated numbers now. I don't know if we have updated numbers or not. Right now, as far as the numbers go, Joey Cave, 14 of 17, 198. We haven't seen the rushing numbers updated, though, at all. And so, yeah, they've got, I don't see the numbers updated. So our stats that we have today, we'd love to give you some numbers in progress, but we just can't at this point. I know they've had some struggles with trying to move and migrate to a new program, and we had numbers going when we got to halftime, but we haven't seen those updated, it looks like, since the break. So the Vikings leading by 8 with 1:59 to go in the game. Marcus Sanders comes on the field. Jackson Simonson to his right in the backfield. 4 receivers for Dickinson State on 1st down and 10. Sanders dropping back, looking over the middle, in some trouble. Hit as he threw the football. It's on the ground. They say fumble. It's still being scrambled for, and Dickinson State looks to get it back at the 30. The Vikings had their hands on the football. They couldn't reel it in. Almost had an opportunity to clinch that by forcing the turnover. It's 2nd down and 10. 1:35 to go in the 4th quarter. Dickinson State still with a timeout to use. 4 receivers, trips to the right. Pressure on Sanders again. He hits as he throws the football. That'll be incomplete. Another hit on Sanders. It's 3rd down and 10. The Vikings looking for 2 more stops to try to come out of here with a victory. And now Joey Cave is over in front of the Viking faithful that are here, trying to get them to rise to the occasion and will this defense on to a stop. 1:26 left to go, 4th quarter. The Vikings by 8, 3rd and 10 Blue Hawks from their own 30. Sanders out of the shotgun, stepping, looking near side. Pass caught on the right boundary. Cale Gunlock gets it at the 41-yard line. A 1st down for Dickinson State, move the chains. He'll step out of bounds as well with 1:22 to go in the matchup. 1st down and 10. DeQuez Chapman will step off the field. The Vikings are in their 3 technique. They'll go with 6 defensive backs. 1st and 10. Sanders dropping back. Again pressured from behind. Throws right side of the field. Pass is caught on the far side of the field at the 45 of the Vikings by Jackson Wicker, who took a hit from a pair of defenders in that sequence and goes down. He did not get out of bounds, I don't believe. The Blue Hawks will scurry up to the line, and they'll start the clock with 1:05 left to go now in the 4th quarter. The Vikings leading by 8, 29-21. Sanders calling out the play. Wicker moving from left to right. Sun pops out here at the field. Wicker throwing, Sanders throwing right side, and Wicker catches it at the Viking 39 and steps out of bounds with 56 seconds left to go in the game. It'll be 2nd down and 3. Dickinson State still has that timeout in their pocket. They've moved to the Viking 39-yard line. A couple of hits early. The Vikings had a fumble in their hands on 1st down. They couldn't reel it in. It's been a day of missed opportunities for Valley City State, still leading by 8. 56 seconds to go. 2nd and 3. Sanders dropping back against a 3-man rush. Throws over the middle. Pass incomplete. Intended for Wicker. Covered from behind on the play by Ashton Rakino. And so here's 3rd down and 10 for the Blue Hawks. Another situation where the Vikings need 2 more defensive plays. The Blue Hawks can still run the ball. 52 seconds to go. They've got a timeout. They'll bring Jackson Simonson into the backfield. 4 receivers, 3 left on 3rd down. Sanders waiting for a shotgun snap from the Viking 39. Quick throw over the middle. Pass through the hands of Cale Gunlock. It's incomplete, and it may come down to this play. Another chance for the Vikings to win the football game. They've had 2 thus far. A missed extra point and a fumble in their hands. And now it's 4th and 3. Can the Vikings come up with 1 more play? The Viking faithful stand on the near side of the field. 4th down and 3. Dickinson State from the Viking 39. 3-man front for the Vikings. The snap to Sanders. He drops back, looks middle, throws. The ball's batted in the air. Sanders catches it and goes down. Tackled for a loss at the 42-yard line. And that will be the football game. The Vikings will close out their home schedule with a win over Dickinson State and move to 5-3 on the season in dramatic fashion, with the defense getting the last word today over the Blue Hawks. 43 seconds left in the game, and the Vikings are going to send in the offense to take a knee and put this one away. Joey Cave looking to the sideline. He'll take a snap out of the shotgun with 43 seconds left to go. Steps up and takes a knee. Dickinson State, seeing the writing on the wall, choosing not to use their timeout. That's a good move. I like that move. You could use the timeout, but obviously you don't have the clock in your favor at this point. And the play clock is ahead of the game clock right now. No reason to snap it again. A great homecoming today for Valley City State after a really tough loss on the road at the hands of Dakota State last week, where they were beaten 40-7. Today, Joey Cave steps in with a masterful performance. Jake Deutsch was huge. The Viking defense comes up strong, and Valley City State celebrates a win over Dickinson State this afternoon here at Locken Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. Your final score on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard today will be the Vikings 29 and Dickinson State 21. our post-game report, quick wrap-up. We'll take a look at some of the highlights that we have in this one as well. It's all in the way as we continue with Viking football on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley KOVC and the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Welcome back to Viking football today. Valley City State with a big win this afternoon as the Vikings defeat Dickinson State by a score of 29-21 to move to 5-3 on the season and finish up their home schedule with a win over the always perennial power Dickinson State University, who is now 0-4 inside the division of play. Valley City State University will move their record to 3-1 inside the East Division, and they keep things moving in the right direction after a really, really tough loss last week at the hands of Dakota State. They bounce back at home and pick up the victory today by a final score of 29-21. We're waiting on the final numbers on this one, but let's go ahead and run you through the highlights in this matchup that we had for you today. Get started with Dickinson State scoring early here today. Broken tackles, big part of what they were able to do. This is Ty Dossinger bouncing off of a couple of tackles and making his way into the end zone. Made it 7-0 Dickinson State. The Vikings come roaring back, and they do so on the part of Jake Deutsch's huge day. Catches one over the middle of the field here. This was a 63-yard gain that put the Vikings inside the 10-yard line. And on a play later, Joey Cave, his own number, he was huge today for the Vikings, bouncing outside, looking to run, gets into the end zone. Vikings tie the game up at 7. They take their first lead with Jake Deutsch. This was towards the end of the half. Deutsch pulling in an over-the-shoulder catch in the back of the end zone. 14-7, Valley City State at that point, but Dickinson State drove quickly. They went from their own 25 down the field before the end of the half, and Marcus Sanders throws to Gage Gilbert, who again breaks tackles and drives his way into the end zone. 14-14 at that point. We go to the third quarter. The Vikings come back with the lead, their first possession of the second half. Rolling again, Cave looking back of the end zone. Another big catch for Jake Deutsch. He was superb today for the Vikings. Dickinson State would come back, and they would go ahead. A play down the far sideline, pass caught, over the shoulder catch, ends up going into the end zone for the Blue Hawks, and they would end up with the extra point and actually take the lead on that play. Here was something of frustration today for the Vikings. Dom Sotomayor pulled down on a play into the end zone, didn't get a flag in that situation, but the Vikings come back after a field goal with a 23-21 lead, and it's Divine Pearson that makes his way into the end zone for the Vikings, and the Vikings use that to take a 29-21 advantage. They missed a couple of extra points today. Didn't have the right stretch to kind of put this one away, but they do enough, and they come up with a couple of big stops defensively and end up winning the game today by a final score of 29-21. Now looking to see if we've got final updated numbers on this one. They don't have a touchdown on the board for Divine Pearson, so I don't believe that the numbers that we have here are the numbers that'll be post-game numbers. And again, I know that they have had kind of a struggle with the statistics program over in the main booth here this season. So we'll have to wait on the final numbers today, but Joey Cave at one point was 14 of 18 for 198 yards. I don't believe he didn't have the one turnover today, but that was just Nate Gillick making an unbelievable play for Dickinson State, ripping a ball out of the hands of Xavier Westbrook. And that's what allowed that turnover to take place. But Joey Cave was exceptional today. At one point, rushing for 59 yards. Marcus Sanders, 28 of 39, 278 yards today. Ends up with a touchdown strike. And actually 2 touchdown passes, one to Gage Gilbert, the other down the stretch later on today. They have the touchdowns, 2 of them for Gage Gilbert. I wasn't aware that he caught the other one down on that over-the-shoulder catch. Ty Dossinger with a touchdown today for Dickinson State as well. But Jake Deutsch, the big day, 8 catches, 145 yards, 2 scores, and a 63-yarder that set up another score today. He was just huge as a Viking here this afternoon in the receiving game. And the Vikings come together on senior day in their final home game of the season and pick up the win over Dickinson State by a final score of 29-21. We're going to take one final break, see if we can't get some comments from Dennis McCullik before we wrap up today. Obviously, we've got to scamper over to Gratian Gym to get ready for volleyball on the video side tonight as well. So we'll come back. We'll see if we have Coach Mack with us. If not, we'll wrap things up for the day. The Vikings win it by a final score of 29-21. We're back with more in our post-game report next.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Welcome back to Viking football this afternoon. Valley City State with a win over Dickinson State today by a final score of 29-21. The Vikings move their record to 5-3 on the season and move their divisional record to 3-1 on the season and split the season series with Dickinson State, but get a win over the Blue Hawks today to finish up the home schedule on senior day today here at Lockett Stadium and Dakota Bank Field. Dennis McCullik, the head coach of the Vikings, is with us, and it's never easy against Dickinson State. A couple of missed extra points. They get one more shot. had to battle the guys in stripes a little bit today as well. But nonetheless, there's some adversity to overcome today, and your team overcame a lot of that today to get the win.
They did, and I'm very, very proud of them and what they did and accomplished today. You know, you come off a tough loss last week. It's been easy to doubt, easy not to come and practice hard this week. But these guys responded. I've been all week and came out today. And again, we know they're very – this is a good team. They played well against everybody they played this year. They played and been in competitive games. All right, and Dickinson's, you know, it's one of those years for them. They just haven't found a way to get a couple of those wins. But we knew going into this game, they're still, right, a very, very talented team, and it was a battle to the end. And we're disappointed, you know, like we could have made this easier at the end of the game with a couple of those, the points that we make. But in the end, our kids are tested. They responded. They hung together. And then this will be a memory those seniors will never forget their last game in this home field. And it's been a long time. I know people have been around the program. Dickinson's been hard to beat. And so it means a lot to us. And they're still the measuring stick a lot of what the league's about. And so this is one of those good ones, special wins for us. I know that.
Coach, you know, in watching Joey Cave play the game today, it seemed like there was an adjustment that may not be all that apparent to a lot of people, but certainly is apparent if you watched him play. On times when he was going to take off or run down the field, it seemed like he took one more second to look down the field one more time and see if a receiver would do some work for him. Those receivers did that today, and that led to stretching the field. It seemed like he was more cognizant of that today.
I agree with you, and I think I think Coach York's done a good job of being in his ear and talking a little bit about that piece, and not always going to make the play with your legs and not always have to escape the pocket. Let's move a little bit in it and see if there's not something, that you can clear yourself up. And so he did a good job of that. But we also, I can tell you, the explosive plays that he gets out of the pocket and makes something happen. He had a few of those today that were huge for us, and those things are just not drawn up on the board. Those are for him figuring out a way to get it done.
Jake Deutsch, 8 catches, 145 unofficially today. We haven't seen the final numbers yet, but it seems like his dad is a VCSU alum, obviously, and he's played in some big games in this area. He wanted to play in a big game today. I mean, you could just tell he had an extra step today.
He did, and he showed up. I mean, he did a fantastic job today, and we found a way to get him involved. And that, I think he's been wide receivers, they think they're open every play. So, I mean, he targeted me, throw me the dang ball, right? I'm open, and he did. But he had a special day, and we needed it, and it was awesome to see that happen.
Some guys that had special days that maybe don't get all the credit for it in the world on your side of the ball. Savili Hypo, Castillo Laval, Mosiah Rogers Taval, Dequez Chapman, they were all in plays. Aiden Russell was blitzing all day long today. Gavin Gerhardt, some big hits. I mean, it seemed like everybody on the defensive side of the ball had some place to contribute today.
They did. I thought we had a really good scheme in. Coach Horner did a great job of getting the guys ready and prepared, and they worked extremely hard. You're right. We sent those linebackers a lot, but they stood up and kept coming and did a great job with it. And like I said, in the end, I'm very proud of how they played. And we dropped a lot. So sometimes we're rushing a lot of 3 guys. I'm sure there's people in the crowd, get some dang pressure, send some more. At the end of the game, we're only rushing 3, and we still got pressure. So that you can if we get the right guys doing it. So they did a nice job for us, and again, I'm very impressed. I'm so happy. The targeting piece would have hurt our team. Gavin's not replaceable. I could put somebody in there, but he's not replaceable in what we do. I'm telling you, I would have been sick. I may have came up here and announced the game with you. If they'd have taken Gavin out. I just started announcing up here and start my next career as your color guy. Are you going to hire me? Is that paid $10 a game? Can I get that, you think?
You know what? I'd get you a little more than 10.
Awesome. Okay. All
so
right.
When you're ready to give up this piece, trust me, the seat's wide open.
That's good. That's good.
But, beyond that, I mean, returning punts and doing all those kinds of things, making the reads, all that. I mean, you're right. Gavin Garrett's quarterback, your defense back there is the safety, right?
He is.
And then, the other part, too, today, though, that was interesting about those defensive backs in general, Samaj Clark hurts everybody. Number 8 for Dickinson State hurts everybody. Now, he was productive today, but he didn't hurt you, right? I mean, and that's a huge task for those guys.
Didn't really have the explosive play. Didn't really have that piece over the top of us, and that was that exactly absolutely right. And thought our guys did a good job of that. And we did a good job. Like I said, there's some things that they're getting us on, and that the sprint out stuff, I think we did a better job. We started to play a little bit better in the second half. But the guy thought the guys did a really good job with it.
Now, clear up one thing for me before we let you go. So I was watching Senior Day today, and I see some guys that are listed as juniors by eligibility, right? Seniors is that academic?
Yeah, they have a choice. There's some of those guys could still choose. We've just said, if you don't know for sure, go ahead and do the Senior Day, right? Some of those guys could choose to be back. Joey Cave could choose to be back. I mean, if he made the decision that he's at that point where he could graduate, has enough credits, he's got to make that decision. He would have another year of eligibility. So we do have a couple of those guys that could make another choice if they chose to do it.
Sure. Okay. Bye week and then 2 games in Montana.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's going to be tough to catch Montana Tech. I mean, we start to see some of the writing on the wall at this point in the season. I think they were up 41-0 with 2 minutes to go in the first half today against Mayville State, right?
They're a special team. They're a handful. We know that.
So this may boil down to be a point where you get to game 10, and that's your playoff game, right?
Exactly right.
But
that's exactly right.
I think there's something for you here, though, too. Even if the playoffs aren't reached for this Viking team today, for you in year 1 of this thing in the Frontier, it's all been about what do we look like on the field?
Absolutely.
And there's a lot to play for now against some of these teams we haven't played before.
Absolutely, and that's exactly right. And we know Northern Montana's been competitive with the other teams on this side of it. We know that will be a competitive, especially when you got to travel out there and it's a 10-hour trip and all those pieces that go along with that. And so we know the preparation for that moment. We're going to have to do a good job and go on the road and extended travel piece, which we're on a bus. That's going to be different for us to travel that distance. So, those games will be chipped. But there's a lot to play for with this team. I mean, there's no question about it, and a lot to prove to us and to everybody else of where we feel like, how competitive we could be over here.
But this one feels pretty good, huh?
Oh, it feels really good, Ryan. I can't explain to anybody here. It feels really good. Thank you.
We're going to get over to Gratian and see if we can't pull up 2 wins today. Wouldn't that be nice?
Let's get it done. That'd be a great day for Vikes.
Thank you, Coach.
Ryan.
Dennis McCullik joining us today, head coach of the Vikings, here on our post-game report. The Vikings win it by a final score of 29-21. And for that, with that, we're going to wrap up quickly. We're scampering over to Gratian Gym. You'll find us on the video side of that tonight for the Vikings and Rocky Mountain. Join us for that pregame report, probably right around, it might be like 5 to 6. So if we're not there, for those of you that are Vikings fans, if we're not there right away, stick around. We are coming, okay? Takes a little bit of an effort to move from here to there, but we're going to get that done for you, okay? Vikings win it today. On the radio side, we'll send you back to regular programming with Fox News to get things started. And on the video side, we'll see you coming up in just a little bit. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. The Vikings win it by a final score of 29-21.
This is 1490 KOVC AM Valley